Hey, Based, how you doing? What's going on tonight? Probably won't get a lot of folks coming over here. A lot of folks are over at Fine Fix Finish Productions. I see you're off tonight, and I see Raging Tomatoes off tonight. Don't know any other good panels. If you want to chat, come on up. I don't have any particular topic in mind, just whatever people want to talk about. Hey, there's a few other people in the audience now. No plans for any specific topics or show. Just anybody. I'm a free man. Freedom! Um, we're back down to two. I guess we're boring. Oh, let's see. Okay, sure. Welcome anytime. Anybody else want to come back? Offer any topics? Whatever you guys want to talk about. Oh, I see for public safety's on too. 319 watching. 149 watching Fine Fix Finish. Does look like Shiz isn't on. Doesn't look like any of the regulars are on tonight. There's four in the audience now. Just whatever panel, whatever people feel like talking about or chatting about. Panel's open if y'all want to come up. I pinned the stream, and of course, anyone's always welcome to chat in the chat. I don't expect a big turnout with those other two big channels on Monday night. What's going on then? I have not watched news today. Google News, what's going on? Millions face record high temperatures as heat dome intensifies over the United States. United States Secret Service member robbed at gunpoint in California during Biden trip. Wow, if you can, hey, Base Torco, come on up. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Just kind of bored, so I thought I'd open a stream. Nothing really planned. But folks can talk about whatever they want to talk about.
Cool. Yeah, I don't think I've been on here before.
Usually we're pretty low viewer, low topic.
Okay.
Usually if we get into any of the current controversies, sometimes we'll pick up. But everyone's already on the other controversial ones.
Yeah.
The calm ones like you and Raging Tomato, you're not on tonight.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but ran out of time. So I thought I'd maybe hop a couple panels or so. We'll see.
All right.
So, what are you about? I'm sure you get this a lot. I get it a lot. But what are you about, old Sarge Finkel?
What am I about? Pretty much, I just host a channel to gauges to help people react to certain things.
Okay.
This particular live stream is co-owned by myself, Muckster, Ariel, and Killing Time, and we usually just have a place for people to connect. Sometimes I get wrapped up in the controversy. I'm sure you're familiar with the generally specific and the Michael Kaiser stuff.
Yeah. I was in what is it? Fix and Finish.
Fine Fix Finish, yeah.
Fine Fix, yeah.
On that channel, yeah.
Yeah, the guy there, I think his name is Josh. He said to send him an email, so I sent him an email. talking
Okay.
about having me up there later this week
Oh,
to talk about some veteran things, I guess. And I find myself not in a weird position because I don't know of any weird ones, but probably for most people, in that I don't have an issue or at least a big issue with either one of them, GS or find fix
mhm.
finish.
Right.
And I know that they're at each other's throats, and I think there's some outrage on both sides. They both seem to feel that they were done wrong by the other. And I think there's some truth to that. I'm not saying this is all equal. I'm not here as a justice of the peace or anything else.
Mhm,
I'm just
mhm.
saying I notice they both seem to feel as if they have been wronged, and that I think each of them, in some regards, and again, maybe different regards to different degrees, but nonetheless, have done some things that they didn't need to do if they actually wanted to bury the hatchet. And there may be one that's more right or wrong. I don't know. I haven't been involved in it,
Right.
uh, but that's where I'm coming from.
Uh, well, Find Fix Finish is an expansion of what we used to call Stone Vet. Uh, Stone Vet had one channel, Matt Stern retired, had another, and what's the other guy's name? Downgraded Valerie, changed his name to Never, the guy they called Jeff. But they decided to combine their channels and more often have different shows.
Yeah.
Matt Stern retired does what he calls Throat Punch Thursday. That's
Mm.
usually where he brings on veterans and they talk a little bit about the veteran story, and then they pick on someone who has stolen valor or embellished service stories.
Okay.
Uh,
Gotcha.
when I got into it, they're really big on a guy named Fraudit Wrangler.
Yeah. Yeah. I
He's
I became more familiar with him tonight after
oh, okay.
watching. Yeah, but I didn't really know who he was. But he did some bad things. It sounds like.
He is indicted but not convicted of murder.
Uh,
He's indicted and convicted of I've lost count several felonies and or more than one, and he's also pending trial for shoot, I think it's 4 or 5 more. Uh,
Jeez. Wow.
his shtick is he goes after First Amendment auditors, or as he calls them, frauditors. Uh,
Uh,
Mostly the one called for public safety, but he also does Georgia transparency. Shoot, I can't think of, but he he, uh, he goes after auditors the same way Stone Vet tends to go after people with stolen valor.
okay.
Stone Vet's main thing is just dunking on anyone who comes across stupidly.
Mm.
well,
Okay.
while his shtick is getting stoned.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
I got you.
it's mostly never too soon. Thank you, Muckster. Muckster's in the chat. Uh, Never too soon is the guy that we call Jeff,
Yeah.
and I think
So do you have a take on what's going on with not to stir up anything. I'm
mhm,
just curious if you have a
yeah,
take what's going on with the uh 3F community and GS.
yes. I'm not sure how the Find Fix Finish folks got involved, but GS used to support and actually worked with a little bit for public safety. For public safety, he's not actually a First Amendment auditor, but he uses First Amendment auditor techniques as he documents his own life because he's got a lot of court issues, and sometimes he goes after what he perceives as corrupt officials. Guy's not very articulate, but then we saw Generally Specific come out of the woodwork and be helping him out, and then all of a sudden one day there seemed to be a conflict. Of course, we all know YouTube. Wherever there's conflict, everyone wants to watch.
Yeah.
As we watch Generally Specific talk about his service, about some popular culture, some religion, we're like, well, this guy's kind of nutty, and people started kind of making fun of him, and he doubled down, and the fine fix finish folks started saying he's got really bad articulation about his service. So, being one of their sticks is going after stolen valor, they got very hot on. How can you? He says some really silly things like he called cadence for a brigade or battalion run. We all know battalion runs in the army, they're broken down by platoon or company. You don't call cadence for the whole battalion. Silly things like that, unimportant stuff. But as he would re-explain himself, he'd come across real dumbly. The other day, he actually showed his DD 214, and it turns out he is actually a veteran. He is a combat veteran. He was injured in service. It's kind of funny how he changes the articulation. At one point, he said he was a combat wounded veteran and explained that the combat wound came from an injury on a training accident. That doesn't make you combat wounded. Well, now he's re-articulating it that he's a combat veteran who is also disabled. He's a combat disabled veteran. And it's true, he is a combat veteran and he's a disabled veteran. But that's kind of different from his original combat wounded. That makes it sound like you have a Purple Heart or you've earned a Purple Heart.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I actually brought this up tonight to GS, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was on his stream earlier. And this is not a dig at anyone. This is just me saying what I told him. Is I was right in combat zones and deployed twice, and I was also injured. I ended up having a kind of shitty injury while deployed, which was hernia. I had to get cut open on deployment. It fucking sucked.
Oh,
Yeah, nonetheless, I do not describe myself, I never have, as a combat disabled vet, or I don't remember. What was the wording? Combat injured vet or something like
initially
that.
it was combat wounded vet, and more recently it's a disabled combat veteran, which is
right.
he is disabled and he is combat and he is a veteran.
Right. So I told him this earlier. I said, yeah, I mean, the same thing I just told you is I've never described myself as that. I get that the words that you're using are all true, and I think there's a problem from their purview as to the order of them, like the conjunction of them, because it does kind of imply, I think, that if you're a combat wounded veteran, then you got wounded during combat, not just that you went and saw combat and happened to be wounded while in. But here's where I'm coming from. I mean, just to get away from that, is I don't think from my purview that GS was trying to lie to anyone. I don't think that he was trying to manipulate in any kind of vicious way. However, I do think that he aligns with very much, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he's really internalized his veteran service status as really being one with him, which I think there's a lot of that identity within the veteran community. I get it. But to the point where I think he's wanted to, show others kind of through his words that he is worthy of a favorable status towards other veterans and people who are not veterans. And I'm trying to say this a little bit PC because I really don't have a dog in this fight. Right. And I realize both sides probably don't like that I'm not going to pick either side with the information I have at hand.
That you spot on the nose. I think myself and my fellow panelists, my regulars, Muckster, Ariel, and Killing Time, we all have a problem with the habit of tribalism. You got to pick one side or the other.
Right.
And the reverse point of view about that we really hate is a lot of the enemies Just Pacific has developed since he started going out with F3 is if he sees, well, I got to warn you, if he sees you on panel with me, he's going to guilt you by association because you're on the other side. He did it, Fact of Madness, and well, my co-host Muckster. I used to talk all the time about January specific, and uh, he would roll his eyes like, "We got to talk about this again." After a while, he got to he played me, he recorded me. Uh, what do you call it? Overreacting about something specific said, and he made it kind of funny. It's high pitch, and every time I talk about him, he'd play that to remind me, "You got to stop talking about this guy because he's in this context, he's not really worth the time." I get it; he's a human being. He's but,
So I think that's a good point that you bring up that we're going into here
yeah,
is should we, and when I say we, I just mean generally we, it can be me, you, whoever listening, but should we change how we're going to define our own movements within this space and the words that we use based on the fear, in a sense, of what others think within the space? And my
yeah,
answer is no. We should not change anything about what we're going to say.
I agree.
What I'm telling you is nothing I wouldn't tell GS or 3F right now. It's not to be mean or nice or anything in between. It's just the
Yeah,
way I see it. I think there's things on both sides that could be handled better, and I think that there is some ego tug of war in terms of, I mean, kind of to dumb it down, the argument is, I'm a super veteran. No, you're not veteran enough for that. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like, look, if we are all veterans, whatever veterans, then that should still be some kind of conjoining versus the non-vet community, right? In terms of right, it doesn't have to be total dick measuring of, well, how many stacks did you have, what rank were you, how many years were you in, what service, where did you go to, how many deployment. Look, we can go on and on. At the end of
yeah,
the day, I don't measure dicks like that. I don't think it's necessary or helpful. I think it's more important that there is truth in community, that people are, getting better. Obviously, a lot of us have been injured in different ways,
yeah.
and that there's probably more injured veterans than not, in a sense, right? I mean, I don't know what the stats are, but I got to think, even if they're not on paper. I mean, look, if you go through boot camp, you got to have a little bit of PTSD. I mean, I don't know about Air Force, and no offense to Air Force, but I'm just saying, there's no, at least where I'm coming from, there's no phone. It's 3 months. You locked up. You getting choked, punched. I mean, beat at times. Your whole life has been turned upside down,
Yeah.
right? You're having nightmares and just bullshit, right? You can't eat at times. It's a interesting little journey. So the idea that you're not, a little bit fucked up even from that is,
Uh, yes. I go to vet center, group therapy and one-on-one counseling, for PTSD, and they're always explaining to us every human being has some sort of trauma. Just being
right,
born has trauma. And
right,
yeah, most people who went to basic training, we had something similar where the recruiter's nice to us, the MEP station's nice to us, they're
yeah,
nice to us at the airport, they're nice to us on the bus. And when the bus gets to basic training, you got this guy with this brown hat screaming and hollering at you, and it's like, what the hell's going on? I don't know if they're still doing it that way, but yeah, the that's trauma right there. And
yeah.
some drill instructors were more hands on than others. I hear it's easing up now, but
It would
there's
make sense, yeah. Unfortunately, in a way, but it would given the times, right?
hmm oh yeah, yeah. I I got out in '98, and I just imagined it seemed like it was getting softer as I was growing up in the military, and I saw the new recruits coming. I'm like,
Yeah.
their basic training was easier. I just assumed after 9/11, when the two the Afghanistan and the Iraq conflicts ramped up, I assumed the basic training would get harsher, like the movies of the Vietnam days, the Boys in Company C.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you're right in some ways, right? Or
You
no?
know, I I have no idea. I've made assumptions.
Well, yeah. So I don't know either, right? I did 4 years, 08 to 12,
Oh, okay.
and right. So I have no relative perspective outside of those 4 years, but I did have a friend who was in right after I got out. He went in for 4 years and turned out to also be infantry. Same. Well, he was like one barracks away from me, which is kind of wild because
Okay.
my longest term friend, and we happened to be just outside of our own kind of 4 year circumference. But anyways, so he was in 12 to 16, and a friend of ours was in before me. He got in, I think, around 2000. I think it was around 2000 or '01. So it was right during. I mean, it was right. 9/11 '01 obviously was the towers. He was in the Marine Corps infantry. I believe he was a crunchy, so just a ground infantryman, right? And
Never heard that in a while. Yes, crunchy.
and
Slimy league.
yeah, yeah, and he did 3 deployments, which
Mm.
was kind of wild. I think the standard was two. I did two, but he did three. And if I recall correctly, he was on leave from his first deployment and got called back out of leave to go on the second deployment. And we always knew that could happen, but it actually did happen to him. So he did 3 deployments in 4 years, which is kind of wild. But
Wow, that
this is OIF one we're talking about. I mean, this was Fallujah. He was in Fallujah. So
foolish. That's Afghanistan or is that Iraq?
Fallujah, Iraq. Yeah. So this
Okay.
was like, from what I recall, the epicenter of the kind of war as it got started. Like Fallujah. I'm not a war buff, but from what I recall, Fallujah was the hot spot.
Hmm. Okay. So you were a Marine. I was Navy and Army.
Oh,
Uh,
okay, cool.
suddenly I got 15. You must have brought them in because we don't usually get that many.
Yeah,
Very,
I did the link out. I don't normally do that, but I did it for this.
always welcome. Uh, a few nights ago, I wasn't on. I think Muckster was hosting. Generally Specific came on and they got into it, and Muckster kicked them off. Um, we'll try to be more mindful, but apparently Generally Specific didn't know how to turn it off, and Muckster covered some other things that upset some of Generally Specific's regular audiences. Uh, I think you should know how to turn it off, but if for some reason you leave, if you want it turned off, we can turn it off. But I have no problem with people restreaming us or sniping us or any of that stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
We're not monetized, so it's not like you're taking any money out of our pockets.
Well, I just got monetized today.
Oh,
So
congratulations!
yeah,
Uh,
thank you. Yeah, I went
oh,
through the little process, and my memberships are only $4.99. And when I say $4.99, I mean $499.
$499 a month.
Yeah, it's a pretty good
Okay,
deal. Yeah, I mean that's the top one to be clear, but
I don't think I'll be buying any gifted memberships over there.
you're not gonna get a couple dozen. Come on, we gotta support each other and shit.
Yeah. Oh, well, um,
But
I
yeah. Anyways,
enjoyed that you said you. Oh, for the 14 who are listening, if you don't know what a crunch is, military have a warped sense of humor. Leg infantry, people who aren't mechanized or armored, uh, they're sometimes referred derogatorily as crunchy because when they're in assembling areas or marshaling areas, they have a tendency to get in the way of a tank or a Bradley and get crunched. It's
mm,
a warped sense of humor, but that's yeah, or the airborne folks call us slimy legs or whatever.
mm,
I
okay.
enjoyed that you said you had a hernia on a deployment.
Yeah, yeah. I think that it was probably pre-existing to some degree. And, during the course of I was on ship, I was on a Mu at the time. 20 I think it was the 29th Mu.
I don't know what a
So
mute
we
is.
Mu is a Marine Expeditionary Unit.
Oh, okay.
So it was on a Navy ship with I think mostly Marines, but there was a lot of Navy.
Right.
And we were headed to, this was my first deployment, we were headed to Afghanistan. So this is like '09. And they're telling us, it's hot. We know it's hot. And I was a mortarman. So part of what we did was trap. TRAP, Tactical Reconnaissance of Aircraft and Personnel. So if a pilot was to go down, we would go and recover him.
Oh, wow.
So that was the other half of what we did as mortarmen. So, anyways, while we were on ship en route to Afghanistan, a tsunami happened in Pakistan, which is obviously nearby. Yep. And our whole MEU diverted to a humanitarian mission from a combat mission. So that's what happened. And then they told us we were getting off in Pakistan. I'm just telling you what they told us. I'm not even saying this is true, but they said we were getting off ship and it was hot. Like, there's firing going down, and we're not allowed to bring our rifles. They will be in Connex boxes. And I can remember, like, my platoon, like, people in my platoon just, kind of outraged, as well as myself. Like, what the fuck? Like, we're taking fire and we're not allowed to bring our rifles? And they were like, well, that's the, what's it called? The rules of engagement, ROEs, whatever it was. So anyways, that didn't happen. That part of it didn't happen. But then we did some other missions as well. But anyways, during the training, what I think was probably a hernia that already existed, like, it popped out one day. And I was like, it was in my, like, lower abdomen. Because I know you can get it, like, on your ball as well, apparently.
Yeah, I had one.
Oh, you had a ball one? You had a ball hernia?
Just above, in the private area, it was a lump in the pubic hairline, but it wasn't on the nutsack or the penis. It was right there where the leg meets the abdomen.
Okay.
Inguinal. Thank you, Jody.
Yeah. So, it popped out, like, I don't know, like an inch above skin, something that was gross and painful. Yeah. And I was like, oh, shit, and I went to the med, and they're like, you need to have surgery now. And we were still on ship, and it was, we're on a rocking fucking ship. And everyone's talking shit, like, oh, they're going to cut you up on the rocking ship. And I was like, no. So, they put me out, and then I'm pretty sure somebody stole my complimentary Vicodin from the experience. And that was that, yeah.
Okay.
So, and then I claimed that, of course, my hernia when getting out. And they said, yes, you have hernia, 0%, $0.
They were harder on you. My hernia, I don't know if it's because Army is softer than Marine Corps, or if it was because we were on a UN peacekeeping mission. In fact, it was UN peacekeeping. We went to FYROM, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. I think it was in 94, 95, 94. And I was on the forwarding party, and we're unloading connexes and setting things up. And I had this lump appear, and I thought it was some sort of tumor. I was afraid to address it. When the unit caught up with us and we got placed in platoon barracks, one of the medics bunking right across from me, he tells me as I'm getting ready for my shower, and he's looking at that part, and it's kind of homophobic, and I'm like, why is this guy staring at me? He says, Sergeant Finkel, I think you have a hernia. And I'm like, oh, thank God. One, you're not checking me out that way, and two, I was thinking it was some sort of cancer. So went to the aid station, they confirmed it was a hernia. So they sent me to Croatia, where the Navy had a mobile, it's kind of like MASH. In fact, they called it MASH, but it wasn't. It was, it's Navy hospital, and they're getting ready to do the surgery there. And then the hospital commander came to me and says, I'm sorry, it turns out that you're under a United Nations peacekeeping mission. The United Nations doesn't want profiles, so you have to get your hernia recovered in Würzburg and recover at your home station, which was Schweinfurt. And so I got to go home. Home was temporarily in Germany, but it was kind of interesting listening to you. You're out there in the world, and they make you suck it up and drive on after your surgery. I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah. I remember we stopped in Hawaii sometime after that, and I still wasn't allowed off ship. I was probably the only one on ship that went to Hawaii but has never been to Hawaii.
Oh wow! Oh, that's gotta suck.
Yeah,
that would have been great, Liberty or whatever. Yeah, Liberty, right?
Yeah, yeah. But something I was telling GS regarding all this is he was talking about like discrepancies in the DD-214 versus whatever the allegations were.
Hmm.
And I said, look, when I got out and went to the VA the first time, they didn't even get anything right. They were like, "Oh, your records, they're lost. It says you never deployed," and they put me on the wrong fucking team. I think I got put on the red team or I can't remember the names, but I'm on the blue team now. But anyways, originally I was put on the wrong team at the VA due to them getting all my records wrong or lost or whatever the case. So
Oh,
my only point in bringing that up is the VA slash the military are not the best record keepers. I mean, so I'm just
yeah.
saying.
Since all this came up about DD-214s, I reviewed mine and I see some mistakes on it. Those are small mistakes. They don't have a big impact on my service, but if they're capable of making these mistakes, I'm aware that DD-214s can have wrong information and can be read wrong. Mine, the biggest one was it said I went to PLDC in June. I,
Mm.
my PLDC diploma says I went in September. I remember raking September leaves. I know damn well it was in September, but my official discharge paper, my 2 to 14, says it was in June. I'm like, well, if
Yeah.
they can make that mistake, they can make a lot of mistakes. Oh, Master Sergeant told him to go to VA to get corrected, and of course the asshole took it as an attack. That's part of everyone's problem with GS. He's taking everything as an attack, a threat, uh, and that kind of makes me wonder if he's got untreated PTSD. And I don't mean just getting off the bus at basic training. I mean, well, he is a combat veteran, and he's got it sounds like a pretty serious injury from his airborne jump that went wrong. That's got to have some kind of impact. And the way we've seen him read stuff, and he'd read it, the words word for word correctly, but he would interpret it as a threat. And I'm thinking that that's got to be hyper vigilance. That's got to be some form of. Took me 2 years to get my 214. They give it to you as your out process. How does it? Oh, you lose it and you try to get a new one. Let me audit you. This took me 2 years.
That could be. I mean, I know nowadays you can easily get it online. I mean, there's ways to get it pretty quickly if you lose it. But back
Oh,
then, I don't know when back then is, but maybe it wasn't like that. What up,
if
GS?
if you upset Muckster and he kicks you off and you're restreaming, know that you can go to your channel and turn it off. But we will do our best to
Yeah,
turn it off if you want us to stop.
I think somebody told me that you have to go into the restream key and interrupt it or change it. You have to reset the restream key. I
We
don't
can
even
do
know
it.
if that works or not though.
We can do it from here, but you can also go to your channel if you want it to stop
Sure.
and turn it off from there.
I couldn't figure out a way to do that, but I appreciate the tip. So for the record, Muckster said that I did not. Matter of fact, I actually am quoted in the chat for F3's last live saying, I appreciate you pointing that out about the 4 years of overseas service. It doesn't make sense that it was less than 4 years. I appreciate you pointing that out, Master Sergeant. That's exactly what I said to him. And so what did Muckster say right here? What did he just say? Master Sergeant told him to go to the VA to get it corrected. And of course, the a-hole took it as an attack. Now, when I thank someone for pointing something out to me, how am I taking that as an attack precisely, Muckster? Or I'm sorry, maybe you can be a Sherper for interpreting what Muckster means by that.
Well,
Oh,
because
Muckster is here.
jackass, you
Oh,
said
shit.
it on your live today.
Oh, shit.
You labeled MSG retarded, and
Mhm.
I only watched a few minutes because I couldn't stand to watch you put those guys down.
Mhm.
But you went through the whole thing, and I watched MSG's thing when he went over yours, and that's what he was saying, but you didn't understand it. He said
Mm.
there are obviously mistakes here. He should go get them fixed. He wasn't saying that
Mhm.
you did something wrong on there. He was saying
Never
there was
thought he did.
mistakes. So now ours.
Take it,
then,
take it
well,
easy,
then why
Muckster.
did you call him
I'm not.
retard?
Listen,
I
Muckster.
will talk the way I
I'm
want.
not
Don't tell me
attacking
to
you.
be easy.
I'm not
This
attacking
ain't
you.
your fucking house.
I think that we will end
I
this
understand.
stream
I'm
on
telling
friendly
you that it's very
terms.
Yes.
Ish.
I'm trying to
call him
let it be friendly,
MSG
Muckster.
retarded. That's
Mhm.
all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm out of here.
Whoa. Oh, shit.
Well, no peace and no love and understanding. Appreciate you being reasonable, Mr. Finkel or Sergeant Finkel or whatever you want me to call you.
Peace
go
and
back.
understanding. How many times a week are you going to say that you're going to start being a nice person?
I've done
You
it.
did
actually.
it last week, and
Yeah,
you're
I've
right
done it.
off, started
done
right
it.
into all the misogyny and all that crap again. Then you said it again yesterday, and you come back with a thing about MSG retarded.
Yeah.
So don't be talking about you're a
And-
peacemaker
and
or any
because-
of that shit.
And first
All
off,
you want is to cause trouble to get people looking at your channel because you want to make money. Now this time I really am going to stay.
wow. Bravo. May I, or would you like to respond to
Yeah,
something?
just real quick. I don't know if everyone on the panel knows each other or everyone in the audience.
Not quite.
Bruno is Untrackable. He's an Army veteran. What was he called? Food specialty cook. We called you Spoon. I don't know what you called him.
Yeah.
What's up, Untrackable?
Is that back when they actually let you do your jobs, or did you have to watch the contractors do all the work? Unfortunately, get paid triple your pay.
I did my job, bro.
Yes, finally. Okay.
And to my right is Based Oracle. He is a veteran of the Marine Infantry. And to my kitty, I can't point it the right way. Generally specific.
Here's a story.
Everyone knows about him. Love him or hate him, everyone's been talking about him for the last few weeks. Believe 19 Delta Mechanized Scout.
Yeah, I was always light infantry. I was never
infantry,
like pure cav, unfortunately.
Okay.
Or fortunately, I guess depends on how you look at it.
Okay. And this isn't a veteran only panel or anything like that. In fact,
Well, it is now.
Fat line cooks who did nothing.
You never trust this skinny cook. What are you talking about? So for the record, the people that I apologize to are the people that I want to put in my rearview mirror. I was waiting for the people that demanded to see my DD-214 and all these military pictures that they wanted me to post, which I don't parade around because I'm not over here slinging my D all around telling everyone that they have to respect my cervix, even though that's what I'm being accused of. So when I finally produced my DD-214 and Master Sergeant says that there's nothing wrong with it, it's fine, other than the corrections that aren't my fault, that are clerical, that are actually underrepresented. Thank you, Master Sergeant. And the reason why I had to do a live stream today is because I couldn't even make it to the 10-minute mark without there being a list of corrections that I had to make in the first 10 minutes of his hour and 7-minute long video. So instead I went live to address it live in order to correct the record more expeditiously. So that said,
I watched his, but I didn't see your response.
So the things that he was talking about in the beginning of having said that he was making a correction, he understood that because I had such a severe break in service, that's why the Army math didn't math, because for pay purposes they had to truncate the math in some weird way. They even told me, they were like, this isn't going to make sense, but this is for pay purposes. You want to get paid, don't you? I said, yeah, I do. So long story short, I hadn't seen that part of the video yet, but I was making a comment about what he had said in the beginning of the video. So I timestamped everything, because if you hit the timestamp, what within that 10-second mark should be a reference to what it was I was responding to. But then he wants to put on his community page that the VA has excellent mental health care, which is intimating that I have mental health issues, which is interesting, because for a Master Sergeant to be worried about my mental health and then be around a bunch of people that are over here trying to provoke and create some kind of a situation, don't you think that's a little reckless if you think someone has PTSD and you're trying to push them over some kind of an edge? Isn't that a kind of a weird, twisted way to help them? If that's what you're alleging, that I have PTSD?
I don't think he's trying to push you over the edge. I think he wants you to get help.
No, I'm not talking about Master Sergeant. He's been, for the most part, very smart with his words and very, very judicious with his words, as a smart man should be.
I agree with that, yeah.
I'm talking about like Josh. I'm talking about Senior Hefe. I'm talking about Well, you're not as bad.
I'm worse.
No, I think
not attacking you, but
Muckster's
I-
acting very emotional, and I get it. I understand that. I get it
A
because I get
little
passionate
history,
too.
a little history about Muckster on this channel. I tend to, what do you call it, spurg, go off on other channels when things get to me. I think you saw me. They were making fun of me. Muckster hated me going after you, going after Kaiser, going after JJ. Up until about the time that I think just because you saw him on this channel, you went after him. I can't remember the character's name. Some science fiction movie. We have this very large.
Yeah, it was Pearl from Blade. He's here. He's here. Remember? And he did that as soon as I came up into the channel, which was kind of funny. I'm kind of looking forward to clipping that.
You also did it on your channel before that. Up until then.
No, but it's funny though. When I came onto this channel, that's exactly what he said. He said, "Oh, he's here." I'm like, "Oh no way, you can't write this."
Okay.
You can't write this. I mean,
so look, maybe we can bury the hatchet tonight.
Let's do it. Not in my back, please.
Nobody. Well, I'm not trying to put a hatchet into anyone's back.
Let's do this.
So, old Sarge Finkel and I were just talking about our perspective of the whole situation. It sounds like we are pretty aligned, old Sarge Finkel and I. It sounded like. And I don't think either of us, I'm not going to speak for him, obviously he's right here, but it doesn't sound to me like he has any bad intentions for you. I haven't heard anything like that.
I think Sergeant Finkel and I are pretty similar. We're reasonable until we were dealing with unreasonable people, in which case sometimes we have a hard time vacillating ourselves. Or
full disclosure based. I guess you guys are calling it spurred. I've blown up and I've attacked verbally, generally specific, either right to him on his panel or on other panels, publicly.
And he's blown up at me. We're all good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've gone back and forth.
What you just saw Muckster do was minor compared to some of the stuff you may have video. I mean, I didn't hide any of it. I was very open about it. And,
I'm not looking to hurt veterans, dude. That's not anywhere near what I'm about. That's not my MO. I have no interest whatsoever in hurting veterans. Matter of fact, I think an NCO should be leading from the front and protecting veterans at all costs. What I'm seeing happening has really got my attention, and it's gotten the attention of some pretty high-ranking people, and there's going to be some looking into of some of this. Talking retired generals. We're talking big. I'm like right outside of Fort Knox, brother. I've got tons and tons and tons of connections.
But what would your
right at the end of my fingertips?
Let's say you can talk to the commandant, right? You got the commandant's number. What do you hope to come out of accountability?
This is my plan. If there's not an immediate cease and desist and a self-correction of this program of F3, then it will be my new mission to warn as many veterans to have as wide of a berth from that group as possible. That there's already posters that are being thought about being designed and made up as we're speaking. There's some American Legion situations happening where there's registrations. I mean, I'm telling you, there's a storm coming.
I got you. I got you a storm.
I will talk to anyone who will listen to warn them that if you're a veteran, you might want to stay far away from these men and women, because unless you have crippling degeneracy, they don't want to have anything to do with you. Go ahead, Untrackable.
You on mute, Untrackable.
You're muted, brother.
Don't you dare think you are
here we go.
running
Here we
this. Go ahead, Untrackable. This ain't your fucking panel.
I think he likes you. I don't know. Oh shit.
So go ahead, Track.
Did you step down, or did Muckster pull you down?
No, he's right. It's not my channel. I'm waiting for Untrackable to talk. I'm just trying to be a gentleman. That's all.
Hi, Untrackable.
Yes, thank you. I understand these YouTube streets, and I also understand the veteran sentiment. And there are things that we say to each other with understanding that we have been through what we've been through. And it's called shooting the shit. We can say things to each other. We can call each other out. I've been called a leg, even though I wear a red beret. You know what I'm saying? I've never jumped out of an airplane, but I was in a unit, and in the 18th Airborne Corps, we wore red berets, and I'm a fucking cook, bro. I have taken so much shit as far as being a veteran and people giving me their opinions, and I never deployed or any of that. So people give me shit all the time, but only other veterans get to give me that shit. You understand? Because I work longer hours than people that were even in the combat arms divisions. Like, bro, and unless you were deployed, you can't say shit to me because you worked a 9-to-5 job. You were training and maintaining, if you will.
I was deployed, for the record. But go ahead.
I'm not challenging you.
He wasn't saying that to you.
You're
He
saying
was just
that in
saying
general.
generally.
Okay, Roger. Okay, well, unless one was deployed.
I know, but look, GS, hold on? I want to pause. Can you tell that you're a little defensive, though, that he wasn't? I could tell he wasn't talking to you, and you
he's
automatically
speaking
like
broadly.
I know, but you didn't hear me say I was deployed.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't even talking to you. He's just talking generally. So with that said, Untrackable, right? So you were a cook. I was in the infantry. I'll be happy to make fun of you, but in reality, I see you as a brother. I don't care what branch you were in. What branch were you in? I mean, I do care, but what branch? Army or?
It did need crayons.
I was on.
You were Army? All right, sure. That's another reason to make fun of you. But at the end of the day, we're all veterans, so we shouldn't actually, to GS's point, be bringing each other down.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Even within my vocation that I chose to serve, I have much distinction that can be proven, and you know what? It's within the food service industry, the cook field, if you will, but I have gone to the top of the top. Even though I could explain it to each and every one of you, but I'm not gonna sit here and watch bullshit veterans, because what they did was better than somebody else. You understand me when I
agree with you. Yeah, no, I agree. I have no issue with what you're saying.
I did what I did, and I can prove what I did, and I don't care what you did. I care about your health. I care about your well-being, because we should care about each other.
Amen.
Just as we serve to take care of the people that are in this nation that we were fighting for, if you will. So
that's what we thought we were doing.
So to leave it at this is, when somebody calls somebody else out, I swear to God, you're either making a joke that they understand, or you're calling out falsehoods. Otherwise, I don't know what we're doing here. So I'll leave it at that. Because I understand a joke, but calling out falsehoods, you better have that fucking piece of paper, man. I'm just saying.
So what I think I hear you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, on Untrackable, is that if you're going to call someone fake or stolen valor, you better have the receipts, because you're messing with somebody's reputation that could have served with honor and distinction. And who knows where they're at in their mental health or their journey in life or how they're coping, or if they're just hanging on like a cat in a window screen. You might be that push that sends them over the edge. And when they start a freaking shotgun and leave a pink mist all over the back wall, and you're going to have to live with the fact that when you do finally see their DD-214, you realize, oh, well, he was a real vet. I guess he was just weak.
Let me politely ask you this. Do you have the receipts that Jeff is a meth addict? The guy who was actually blown up in combat and that's how he lost his teeth? Let's see the receipts on that.
It's called a parody.
Oh, it is not.
I'd like to.
I think I just said that. Veterans can joke with veterans because you've already been through some side in some way, shape, or
form. Joking, Track. Wake up.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. In some way, shape, or form, you've been through some shit, so we can joke with other people that have been through some shape or form of shit. You understand that? So that's where it's either a joke or it's a call out. And when you call out, I hope either you're right or they have the receipts. That's what I have to say about that.
I would submit that active duty veterans, basic training on, slam each other for humor, slam each other out of anger, slam each other because they think their experience is better than the other. It happens at all levels. Whether you're in first squad and you're making fun of the third squad boats, or if you're in the Navy, I was derogatorily called a twidget. We wore it as a badge of honor because.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
People with who work with electronics, sonar techs,
okay.
power control, the gunner's mates, the people who worked with technical skills. And we were called that by what we would call a snipe or a deck ape being a bosun mate or somebody who does a lot of painting, tying knots, steering the ship. And the snipes were the engineers, the people who made the ship go. It was done in lighthearted jest. It was done in anger. It was done at all levels. And veterans and active duty slam each other all the time. I think, generally specific, no offense, but I think why people kept doubling down and piling on more is because of the reactions you gave and the articulations of what your real experience was.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so it's interesting because it all started off as principle, and from one man talking to other men that have served. We're all veterans in this chat currently. At first, it started off principle of who the hell are these people that they think they can demand a piece of paper from me in order for me to be allowed to call myself what I decide to call myself in the era of 2024, where a kid can say that they're a cat and they'll give them a litter box in the public restroom at the high school. All right, so I'm not allowed to call myself a disabled combat vet, even though I am, but you're going to accept that over there because otherwise it's hate speech if you don't. So so it's interesting how, as a veteran who is a combat veteran who is disabled, who was disabled in the training incident of Airborne, I'm not going to rehash it all, and I even said it's weird. I was just as surprised as anyone else when they explained it to me that it's considered a combat injury because of the fact that I was getting hazardous duty pay in the act of exiting a plane. If I was in transit to it on a bus, it wouldn't have counted. If I was in transit back from it on a bus, it's only because I was in the act of exiting the plane or the helicopter. If I was adjudicated having been injured, and unlike master sergeant who recovered from his injury and was allowed to go on and have a long career, I unfortunately was not able to fully recover to the point where it kept deteriorating. And even after a deployment, they were getting ready to send me on another one, and I knew my body wasn't going to be able to handle it. So at that point in time, I had to raise my hand and kind of sort of tap out, hoping I could get a medical reclass so I could do something that would allow me to continue to serve my country. Matter of fact, while I had a P3 profile, I did all 3 of the events, my last PT test, and I actually passed. But I had to recover for almost a week from it because I was in such pain, because I was that desperate to want to continue to stay in my country and serve it. But I was shocked and surprised that I found out I was going to get retirement of 15 years because I thought I was screwed. I thought I had put all my eggs in this basket. Now my body was wrecked. My dreams of opening my own restaurant when I retired from the Army were dashed, because there's no way I can stand on my feet for that amount of time and not be in severe pain, crippling pain. So I was like shocked and elated and surprised when I found out that I was going to get the retirement money. I told my wife, I was like, I know it's only 25% of the 50% I would have gotten of my base pay, but the TRICARE Prime alone is priceless to my family. It's absolutely priceless. I mean, for those that are on the free market trying to get the kind of health care that we have at TRICARE Prime, it's good luck.
Yeah.
So
go
ahead.
I can say that I understand that to the extent where, I didn't leave the same way that I came in. And people told me, hey, why didn't you claim this? Why didn't you claim that? You could have got this. You could have said anything. You could have said anything. Now, I'm not discounting your injury, having gone through whatever it is that you went through. But people told me, my leadership told me, it's like, why didn't you claim something? Why didn't you claim something? Why didn't you claim something?
Because they call you a malingerer.
Because I just wanted to go the fuck home.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that, like, I'm not gonna discount anything that you did or anything that you claimed. And I could have claimed something, but I didn't. And you know what? That's on me. That's on me. I can't blame what I didn't claim on you. And I didn't do what you did. I didn't do what none of y'all did. But we're all sitting here having the same conversation, talking about what they did to us. And what'd you get for it? What'd you get for it? What'd you get for it? Well, I'm sick and tired of veterans talking about veterans, talking about what'd you get for it, or what did you actually do? What can you prove? That's the shit I am sick and tired of talking about. And I'm sorry if I'm on this side or that side. I'm sorry for being that way, because I am on this side or that side. But I had the option to say, oh, my back hurts. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to sit here and blame you for what you got, because you did what you did. Master Sergeant did what he did. Finkel, you did what you did. And if you get something from it, well, God bless America.
Don't forget though, Bay State crayons. So don't leave him out.
Hold on. Speaking of based, I got a super chat here, old Sarge Finkel.
That's going to your channel. We're not monetized here. Yeah, I saw that too. That's on your channel.
Yeah, so thank you, Don Juan, for my first super chat. And it happens to be at GS's expense, but we'll fucking take it. All right, good
Wait,
shit.
you got monetized?
Yeah, today.
Are you? Oh, I was wondering why your thing said ultra monetized. I thought you were making a joke because you were still below 1,000. Congratulations, dude.
Yeah.
I am
I'm having a money.
I'm gonna have to super chat you.
$1.99. So you're gonna get like $1.30 out of that.
That's
a big chunk out here.
For doing what you love, it's nice to get paid to do it. If you're gonna do it anyway, you might as well make some AdSense.
I can buy some eggnog.
There you go.
Yeah.
So no, I hear what you're saying, Untrackable, and listen, and that's my point too. I mean, I keep getting compared to everyone. Oh, well, this isn't as good as that. And look, I did what I did. You did what you did. I'm glad we all served. But all this attacking is making me embarrassed that I wore the same uniform as some of these people.
I'm probably going to get dogged out about people in my orbit, but I'm going to agree with you. Generally specific, Base Oracle did eat crayons.
You did, yeah.
That's true.
That's the fact. Yeah.
I prefer the grape flavored crayon.
No, you said your favorite flavor was purple.
Right, grape, purple, whatever.
Well, grape's actually a flavor. You're a Marine, so you just said purple for flavor. Well,
that makes sense. Yeah.
My first group class therapy, whatever you want to call it, for PTSD, they had me introduce myself and my branch of service. I had two, so I said, I'm Finkel. I was 4 years Navy, 10 years Army, 2.5 year National Guard. And each person, as they went around the room, introduced themselves with their name and their branch of service. Sometimes they'd even sell their MOS or rating. And I heard Navy, I heard Air Force, I heard Army, kept going back and forth. I got all the way to the end of the room, and there's one guy in the corner. He says, before I continue, what branch did you say? I said, Army and Navy. He says, oh, I'm still the only real man in the room. It turns out he was a Marine Corps veteran.
Damn right.
Was his name based?
The only branch.
Him saying that immediately triggered the whole class into the cross-military jokes. What does it sound like? Marine?
Old Sarge Finkel, I was at a Veterans Day dinner at my last company last year. And we're sitting at this table at an Italian restaurant about to eat. And, they're coming around the table and they asked me, they said, hey, what branch are you in? And I said, the only one. And they all looked pissed off, all of them. And immediately the one who asked me goes, oh, you were a Marine, right? I said, no shit.
Well, I'm making you lots of money, dude. I do some. You need to have me up on your panel all the time.
Oh, we got another super chat? What we got here?
I'd love to hate me.
Like John Juan, what? How do you pronounce that?
Don Juan, plague is 0.
Oh, okay.
Please.
GS said, oh, do you put it back up? It's gone.
I have other admin. Someone's taking it down. Oh, wait.
Gotcha.
Mainly, you have no idea how many times I've sat here saying anyone who put on the uniform served. I don't care if they're SEAL, cook, clerk, whatever. Okay. And Don Juan said, GS said, pride is a sin, but he's proud of many things. I guess we'll call it
Gyprocracy.
A play on hypocrisy.
Gyprocracy.
So
Since pride, I didn't finish. GS.
Well, come on, man. I'm making you money.
I know. Hurry up and slow down.
I'm gonna write that
Pride's adjective. Haha. But yes, Jesus does love.
He's a Marine. You got to leave it up just a second longer each time.
I can barely read. What the fuck?
Muckster's hilarious. I love that he's tormenting a Marine right now. All right, so it says, there he goes. He's going to put it up.
Jesus does love.
Adjective, but haha, but yes, Jesus does love. Is that Jesus or Jesus? I mean,
thank you, Don Juan. Plague is 0.
Okay.
So for me to be proud of someone else is not a sin. For me to have self-pride is a sin. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I can get with Sergeant's Time F3 to kind of get a lesson on that.
I think, okay. Pulling up Michael Bruno, who I know from another panel. This may not be what he's used to, but welcome, Michael.
Sarge, nice to see you, Finkel.
How you doing? You're kind of coming in loud.
I'm coming in loud? Okay, good. I want to make sure my speaker was good. Can you hear me good?
Can you hear you loud? Loud and unclear.
Am I too loud, Finkel?
You're perfect now. You're
Hold
perfect
on.
now.
I'm all right. Am I okay now?
Well,
You're
you were
fine.
perfect before. So
Okay, I'm okay. So I was listening for a minute. I was popping by. I know Untrackable for a million years. I know Finkel. I don't remember what branches of service you did, but I know you both served our country. The other two gentlemen served our country as well.
yep, the only branch. Yep, that's me.
Are you all? But can you tell me what branches you are? Because I'm not sure. I didn't hear.
The only branch.
The one that
Michael,
eats crayons.
Are you all
Crayon
Marines?
branch.
The only
Are
branch
you all
is the Marine
Marines?
Corps.
Damn right, the only branch.
Okay, beautiful. Hey, can I tell you? I'll tell you. Well, I don't make it a boring story, but I tried to join the Marines when I was a kid.
I get that a lot.
Friend of mine, he was I forget where he was, man. In the '80s, but he had all tattoos. I thought he was a tough guy. I was like, man, fucking Marines. I was like 17, 16. I was like, man, I want to get the fuck out of my house. I thought the Marines were the toughest thing on the planet, and I do believe that to this day. And
It's still true.
And I wanted to join the Marines, but they wouldn't take me because I didn't have a high school diploma. So they're like, go get and you couldn't just get a GED. You had to get college credits at this time. This is like 1986, 87, something like
Yeah,
that.
not enough war going on.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just, I was just trying to get the fuck out of the house. I was a kid. But my question is just, and I'll get you gentlemen get back to the conversation. And thank you for having me up, Finkel. I appreciate it. My question is this: who do you feel between Trump or Biden has done more for the veterans in the VA hospitals, mainly?
Well, I think that Biden has fucked over veterans more than Trump, and Trump put on a better face and probably realistic reality for veterans. But I would argue that no president has given a shit about veterans via the fact that they send us, military, to pointless wars over oil and poppy and gold with really nothing to do with America other than enriching the elite. So that's how I would phrase it, but I get your sentiment.
I second that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one too.
All right, we got three.
Finkel, you second? You third that?
Do you fourth it?
I would agree that all politicians have fallen short, but between the two you mentioned,
Yes,
I
sir.
think Trump is well on record for despising people of military service.
I'm not aware of that, Finkel. I'm not. I thought he really. And look. I mean, don't throw me off the panel and don't block me or nothing. All right.
I'm not going to.
Bruno, can I reply to that?
But I was in the middle. But
Yeah, but you're saying you have no idea of Trump doing anything like that. So
Okay,
let me enlighten you a little bit,
I
because
have
Trump.
family members that work for the VA and the
Bruno,
military,
I am
and I was gonna
talking.
explain my opinion, but not Finkel. Muckster, you go.
You said your opinion, and I'm telling you why
Okay.
you are uninformed. Because first of all, the first thing Trump did officially when he was running was totally insulted my uncle, who spent the entire World War II in a Japanese prison and war camp. And these guys here who say they're Marines will know what it means to have been
What
on Wake
happened?
Island.
Wait,
Shut
what
up,
happened?
Bruno. I am talking. Bruno,
What happened?
I am explaining it, Bruno. Trump said about McCain that time, I respect veterans who were not captured, or however the exact words, but he said. And then he said he was not going to go to that World War II cemetery because there was a slight rain and those guys were all losers. They were killed in battle, so that made them losers. He also said other members of my family were suckers for putting the uniform on in the first place. Bruno, we can't hear you. I muted you because I am telling you why people like me say Trump doesn't like veterans. Okay, Bruno, go for it.
The view.
But Muckster, do you understand that sometimes I feel like a sucker because they offered me money to serve. They offered me money to serve
Track-
my country.
Track, there's
no,
a difference,
no,
there's a
if you
difference
don't-
between
if
you
you don't-
feeling it and the President of the United States saying it.
If you don't want to listen, then that's fine.
I don't want to listen to bullshit. There's a difference between you saying it and the President of the United States saying it. We're talking about a president
people like
saying that
people
about men in uniform.
serve their country.
I didn't get that. You cut out on part.
I served, quote unquote, my country
I agree.
because they offered me something that the economy out there didn't offer me. They created a situation where it was, hey, they're going to throw money at me to be a soldier. You know what I'm saying? So,
and
yeah.
You said you feel like a sucker, and I think that's great. You can feel however you want. But I'm saying there's a big difference between you feeling like a sucker and the President of the United States calling you a sucker because you put on a uniform. You don't agree with that?
If I did the sucker shit that they provided, am I not a sucker?
I don't think you are. I
No.
respect
Well-
you for putting on the uniform. It's just like I said a minute ago over there, and Finkel can tell you how many times I have sat here in this chat and said, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who put the uniform on deserves to be called a veteran, deserves to be respected. I don't care what they did in that uniform, whether they carried a gun or they carried a notebook or whatever the hell they did.
What about GS?
You're all veterans.
Even
I,
though that-
I can now wait. He asked me a question.
Or call
No,
themselves
Bo
suckers.
asked me an important
Once
question. What about
get-
GS? He said.
Once
Yeah.
they get
I will
beyond
tell
it,
you. I will tell you this.
people like, hey,
I will tell you this, Bo.
Yes.
I respect GS's service.
Okay.
I do not respect him as a human being because I believe he's a fake Christian, even though I am an atheist. I hate hypocrisy.
Hmm.
And I think he's a misogynist, and I do not like the way he talks about fellow veterans. So
Okay.
yes, I respect his service. And I liked when MSG looked at the thing and said, yeah, this 214 looks legitimate. There's clerical errors on there. But yes.
Okay. Can we talk about his misogyny? Also, Old Sarge, I got another super chat here. I don't know if you could pull it up.
You're kidding me.
But
Well, I'm
thank
glad we can
you,
make money for
Jody
you.
D. I appreciate the super chat. And she says, I don't know if it can be pulled up, but she says, I would like to say my 2 faces are better than Todd's 5. I am winning. Do you have anything to say to that, GS?
You're welcome. You're welcome, man. I'm your number one supporter apparently. Secondarily and tertiarily, with other people's hate for me, they are donating to you.
What if it's just
And by the way,
recognition?
thank you, Muckster, for at least respecting my service. I appreciate that.
Well, he said he doesn't respect you as a human,
Yes,
but
yes. I understand that.
But
I
you
get
still
that.
are going to thank him?
Well, I mean, it's not nothing. It's a step in the right direction, I think.
And I don't mean that against Muckster. I'm just curious. But anyways, I wanted to talk about GS misogyny.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
I'm
gone.
curious about
He's
that.
gone. I don't think the GS is a misogynist. I mean, I haven't seen him hate women, or I think he hates people equally.
Equal opportunity.
Right, equal opportunity hater.
Equal rights for equal lefts.
And I don't think the GS actually is hateful. So I think you get mad. Michael, you still on mute? I don't know if he knows that. He's talking
you're
a
on
lot.
mute, Michael. I see. You look like you're talking to us, but you're on.
I think he's doing sign language. I'm not sure. So
can I say this? Like,
Oh,
yeah.
You gotta stop
I-
that, man. People are getting motion sickness.
I guess
We're all getting motion sickness. Stop that, Finkel.
it's
I
the
get
motion in the ocean.
All right, let me let's see if
I
can
just
change
want
My
to say
world
this.
is a spinning.
my aunts and uncles that were Vietnam veterans, and my mother is a Vietnam veteran. Something that was said to me by my elders was, I don't, I'm not a racist. Okay, that was something that was said to me. Hey, I'm not a racist. I hate everybody equally, because you understand what it's like to work with somebody. And your race doesn't matter. Your gender doesn't matter. It's, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing when you're doing the same job that I'm doing? And if you're going to stand next to me, I really don't care about your specifics. Are you going to do the job, or are you not going to do the job?
We all green on the inside, right?
That resonated with, so it meant a lot to me, and it means a lot to me today. I try to treat the people that are next to me. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how you live your life.
We got another super chat. Todd is a slave to his emotions. How do you feel about that, GS?
I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced. Maybe she can super chat and explain what she meant by that.
Thank you, Jody. Well, we're going to dig into it a little bit. Do you think that you run your emotions, or your emotions run you?
I think there's some work to be done there.
Okay. How does one do work? Because I think probably everyone in the audience could utilize this. How do you think one could work on their emotions?
Well, in order to...
Untrackable, you served 4 years, right, sir? Untrackable?
What the fuck, Bruno?
Bruno, I served 6 years. 2 contracts.
All right, so GS. Back to how can one control or get better? Oh, we got another super chat here. I don't know if you can pull that up. Don Juan with the 199. Thank you, Don Juan. We'll refer to you as Todd Lur from now on. Bet.
That's a good thing I got broad shoulders.
How do I keep getting muted? How do I keep getting muted?
It must be bad
because you interrupted people in the middle of a fucking sentence, Bruno. They were talking about something you asked Track about his service.
Come on, God, Finkel, help me out.
Oh, jeez, Muckster is like going absolutely Machiavellian today.
I don't know Muckster, but I like him. I like the way he's
growing on me.
In the you're growing on us, Muckster.
I am fine with letting the intelligent people keep talking here, even though I detest one of them. But
okay.
You don't need people interrupting for no good reason.
All right, fair enough.
I think there's 2 people that are overstepping their bounds on a lot of.
Don't even mention me, Track, because you're in my fucking house. You want to go join Bruno? Who are the 2 people,
shit.
Track? Who are the 2 people?
Now we got GS crying. Good God.
You and he can play all day, but you know exactly who the 2 people.
Those are tears of.
You guys continue. Thank you.
Tears of rage. Thank you, Muckster.
I think we're actually getting to a good conversation.
Yeah, we might be becoming friends right now, Muckster.
Oh my God, man, you made me choke over here, dude.
No, that was the dick, GS. But anyways, back to. How does one?
It kind of felt like a hair in the back of my throat. So, okay, man, sorry.
No, I could tell you spasmed a bit. So speaking of you, in your emotions, how does one rein in or control or get better? I think you were referring to with their emotional sways. I mean, how do you want to put it?
What was your rank in the Marines? Were you a gunny
What
sergeant?
the fuck kind of tangent side note bullshit is this?
I'm doing a check on learning.
Corporal.
Okay, so you're corporal. So that
now you're gonna call me Corporal Oracle.
Well, are you retired with that rank?
I'm not retarded.
Okay.
Oh, retired.
You don't
no,
get it.
I did not retire.
So that's
I am a little retarded.
On the illicit pay scale, what is it, Corporal? E4, E5?
E4. Yep.
E4.
like-
NCO E4.
It's like a lowest NCO on the.
Yeah,
it's not-
but look, I was in the infantry, you son of a bitch. And
yeah.
it's very difficult to promote. There, I mean,
I'm
probably
not measuring,
half.
I'm not measuring. I'm just doing.
No. We're gonna measure now. Pull your cock out. So
All right.
it was
So I'm
very
gonna-
difficult for a infantry within 4 years to make it to sergeant. I think one of my brothers did. But other than that, quite a few were still Lance E3. I mean, probably
So-
half.
So there's a purpose to every question that I ask, and it's all in good faith. I promise. So I'm just trying to understand. So you're about me. You're like middle management. So I'm guessing you had some kind of like PLDC, WLC version of what we have in the Army, which is like primary leadership development course that you probably went to it in order to get, or were you kind of on your way out and you were like, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that, or
You know, with all those acronyms you just gave, no, we fuck shit up, motherfucker. That's what
Okay.
we did.
So you
I
didn't
don't know
have
what
any
you were
kind of-
doing with your little forms and look. I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
help me out, Sergeant Finkel.
In the Army, you have different levels of leadership classes. We just said PLDC is the
Mhm.
one you need to go from E4 to E5. Then there's BNOC, E5 to E6. And then there's
ANOC.
ANOC, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
I don't know if the Navy had a class you took. It was 2 4-hour blocks of instruction for E4 to E5. So I don't know if what the Marine Corps has.
So
yeah, no. I see what you mean.
we're getting
now.
lost in the weeds.
Yeah, no, we're not. We didn't have that pussy shit, to be exact. So I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Okay, so what I'm trying to assess is if you have the wherewithal to understand that in the military that in the only way to really solve a problem, the first step is to do what?
Reload.
All right, help him out, Finkel. He's eating crayons.
I'm sorry, my mind was spinning. What was the question?
So in order to solve a problem, the initial step is to do what, Sergeant Finkel?
Identify the problem.
Bingo. So first the thing is to identify. So we've identified that there might be about a 50-50, maybe a 40-60% chance that my emotions run me. So we identify that there might be something to work on, right?
I'd say 70-30.
Well, I mean, opinions are like Marines.
72,
Everyone
28.
likes them, but sometimes they smell.
Yeah,
like
I
fuck.
know, but luckily I'm here and mine is fucking right. So go on, GS.
So the long story short, I think we identify that there is a problem, and it's been identified by a lot of people in my peer group that there might be something there, right? So Roger received that. Now we develop a plan of action. Now is the problem requiring fixing? If so, then how? All right. So is there any remedial work that needs to be done? Is there any extra training, remedial training that needs to happen? Is there any resilience training that needs to happen in this regards?
I don't know. There's a lot of mansplaining though.
Or maybe there's just a bunch of people with way too much time on their hands and putting their business in other people's business.
It could be that. No. That's a fair point. Or it could be too much.
Sorry,
cock
I got a
in
little
your
catty
hands.
there. I got
Get
my
out.
emotions. I got my
And
emotions
as
a
you
little
would
bit there.
say, right, do some shit, right? You
Yeah,
touch grass or whatever the fuck you say, all your hippie shit. My point is, what can one
Get a
do
Muckster.
to get better accountability, better traction grasp over their emotions? I'm asking you.
I think if I already knew that, I'd have it figured out, wouldn't I?
Okay. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
I'm sorry. Did I go too deep? Good. You all right? I'll pull it out
that's
a little bit.
GS.
Come on, Finkel. You know this.
With that said, yes, your mouth did go a little bit deep over my dick. So
How would that make you
I
gag?
think that what one could do, I was disgusted by your deep throating. I think that what one could do in order to get a hold of their emotions a little bit better is to be the first step, as you put it, actually, is
Define
to
the
be
problem.
honest. Shut the fuck. Is to be honest with yourself. That's the first. I didn't fucking finish, GS. Is to be extremely brutally honest with yourself. That is the first step, right? To recognize when you are being emotionally swayed by others. For example, there's nobody on here I'm showing my DD214 to. Not because I'm afraid of it or I want to prove something or not. I just don't give a fuck. I don't care. If somebody's like, oh, you're not a Marine, there was a discrepancy. I don't care. But you did. You do. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, is the most important person in your life, in your entire life, to care about your service should be you, nobody else.
My mommy loves me.
Yeah, well, luckily there's one person. But what I'm saying is there could be multiple, but first you need to be honest with yourself.
Yeah, I'm a badass. And at the end of the day, it was principle to not show my DD214, and then it became pride, in which case God told me, remove the pride, show your DD214, get it in your rearview mirror, and move on.
Well, when you say God, I mean, look, I can't make a claim that God did or didn't tell you. Obviously, you would know. But do you mean like God gave you a message in your, like in your alphabet soup? Or do you mean like
he
something
talked
came
to
up
me in my head movies?
Well, I mean, I'm being real here, though. Like, how would God enlighten somebody that they should or should not do something? And I really mean this. It's a real question.
Because I got a good brain.
Well, we all know that's a lie by now.
It's Tropic Thunder, man. Great movie. You got to watch it.
Yeah. So with that, how would God inform you or anyone else? Like, I mean, is it just something you said to you and it felt good, so it came from God, or was there some kind of divine intervention?
It's conviction. Okay. It's kind of like when you're a little kid and you're 5 years old and you got your hand in the cookie jar, even though mom and dad told you better not eat those dang cookies, and it's kind of like 10 o'clock at night. You're supposed to be in bed and you're kind of
you're gonna eat them.
Every little crack in you're like looking over because you kind of know, like, oh, I'm convicted. I'm gonna get caught with the cookie in my mouth. But you know what I'm saying? It's that kind of thing. Like,
and clearly you're still doing it, Todd.
What are you talking about?
I'm joking.
What's going on?
No.
Oh, you mean eating cookies? Oh.
Yeah.
The reason why I turned off the camera before, by the way, is because I was taking a sip of Dr. Pepper and I didn't want to hear your lecture. About all the chemicals and sugar.
Yeah, how many calories?
Now I'm gonna own it.
How many sugars in there?
I don't know. Let me get to the bottom of that Scooby-Doo mystery.
Well, here's what I'm getting at, GS, is that even the food that you eat to some degree has an impact on... I know it is poison. Look, I do poison. We all do poison. Everyone here does poison. Old Sarge Finkel, Untrackable, GS certainly, and I do... He's smoking a cigarette. He's like, nah, I don't do no poison.
I am the epitome of...
No, they both smoking. But I'm just saying, GS, even the chemicals that we put within our body can add to our emotional turmoil. It is true.
God, look at that handsome guy right below you. Look at that.
Is that you?
That's me. That was 1 month in Afghanistan.
That doesn't look like you.
That was 100% me, bro.
Damn, you should paste. You should paste that face over your real one.
I know, right? Oh,
oh shit! Oh shit!
It's getting real.
Can I,
is that a star?
Can I just interrupt with this since we're talking about
Muckster? I don't know where I'm taking it. My bad.
No, I just while we're talking about that picture, I just want to say, GS, I have pled and pled. I'm begging you, please shave. You're making bearded fat man look bad.
The hell you say? I make this look good.
All right, put on your beard, GS.
Put down my beard?
No, put on your beard.
No, man, you're gonna have
No. He just said it. We want to see it now.
No, okay. Ready?
And let's see what Untrackable think.
Look at that sexy guy. It just gets better with age.
It's a gnarly beard. I don't know if it's the S word, but I wouldn't know the.
Yeah. It's gonna get another 3 or 4 inches. Then I'm gonna put my Viking beads in it, and then all the girls are gonna just like Niagara Falls.
I thought you were married.
Then I'm gonna carry your Marine ass.
Wait. Is this why they calling you misogynist?
Yeah. No, I mean, I pop cherries without touching women. You know, it's just what happens, man.
What the fuck, GS? Is that what God would want you to do? Is pop cherries?
It's my heathen Viking genetics, man. I have to fight it every day.
It's not
Untrackable
reality.
gets it. Look at him. He's got some Celtic in him. Look at him. He knows what I'm talking
Don't
about.
put this on Untrackable.
Come on, Untrackable. Help me out, man. I'm throwing a lifeline out there.
I was
You
going to ask you
know,
a question when you started talking about beards. I think I saw a video of General Specific walking around, and I noticed that at the bottom of his beard, it's white. And I kind of joke because it's darker higher up.
All the cum. Yeah, I remember.
Did he dip that in Miracle Whip or mayonnaise?
Yeah, not mayo.
It was jizz, to be clear.
As I was thinking about this, I'm looking at my own picture. There I am, right there, another handsome motherfucker, and I realized, oh, I got the same thing going on here. It's
Yeah,
whiter
creeps
down
up
here.
creeps up on you fast. If I didn't have my head shaved on the sides, man, it'd be all white on the sides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I just like it tight around the ears. I keep trying to let it grow. It just drives me crazy. I don't know what it is. I've been cutting my own hair for the last 7 years.
I'm also looking at Untrackable, and I've seen Benghazi Rabbit. They got nice, dark, full beards.
Yeah. Oh, they're younger.
no, this is something. This is something that I mentioned before.
Yeah.
And it's like if we can't make fun of each other, then what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
if you want to call somebody out, you best do it correctly, and that person better have a very good answer to being called out.
Look, you
Because,
I'm kidding.
but you know what I'm saying. It's like we can sit here and talk about the color of our hair and our genealogy and all this shit, or oh, I was a cook, or I was an intelligence, or I was an infantry, or oh yeah. We all did something as far as this room is concerned, as I'm looking at it now. And but if you're gonna sit here and give somebody shit, we all have jokes. But if you're gonna sit here and say that you didn't do what you claim to have done, I really hope that you're coming correct when you say that, because this community is it's basically based around Kaiser. And we all know it, and we all know it. If you say that you did something that you didn't fucking do, that you never made it through this class to make it to the next class, to even ever have a chance of doing actual work, well, I'm sorry, but that's where I think we all come together. And if I'm wrong in that statement, then come at me, because I only am part of what's going on in this conversation because there are fakers out there, people that will lie, cheat, and steal. Sarah Kavanaugh is a name, and she's been convicted. She stole, she lied, she cheated, and she stole using information. So
who is Sarah?
as far as where we are as
What the fuck are you talking about, Track? Get to a point and quit rambling.
And thank you, Intel Wild, for the $5 for the Michigan Debate Andrew Wilson Travel Fund. I appreciate it. Thank you, Intel.
Whoop, whoop. These hips don't lie.
Okay, Muck. Yeah, the floor is yours.
No, I don't want the floor. I want the floor to be working. and all you're doing is rambling. Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. You repeat the same stuff 5 times. These guys actually had a pretty good conversation going.
It's all right. We can bring it back. So, GS, I do have a question here for you. When you said that you're working on, right, I'm just saying about what you have said, that you're working on control of your emotions, and then I asked you how, and you said, well, I don't know how. Do you see the conflict there?
I'm on tonight, you know, the hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel
No, GS, we're going to get to the fucking bottom of this.
Attention, don't you see, baby? It's perfection.
This was an intervention you got lured into.
Yeah,
Old Sarge
no,
Finkel hit me up behind the scenes. He said, look, can you come on? We can bait
I've
GS into coming on. We'll get the super chats up for Based Oracle on his first fucking super chat day.
I've lost interest. Chris, I'll see you tomorrow.
No. Get back here, you mother... GS. So how does one control... How do they work on controlling their emotions?
Old Sarge is he's muted.
He's waiting for you to
I forgot
answer.
that's what we're talking about. How do you control your emotions?
Right. How can one become better?
I'm on tonight. You know my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel it's right. I'm Shakira. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I just want to be happy. My hips don't lie. Come on, let's go. Let's move on.
Your hips don't lie?
Yeah, I'm Shakira.
Who's singing that?
That's me, Shakira. Don't you have any of my albums?
So, is it?
My opinion on how to control your emotions.
Finkel, can I ask you a question? Really, I gotta ask you, Finkel. Please let me ask you. I got this thing. It says ducks. Oh wait, I got echo. Hold on.
Can you
I'm
bring your
sorry,
volume up a little bit?
that's my fault. I'm sorry, that's my fault. I got it covered. Finkel, I see a thing that says just Muckster, last chance Bruno. I don't know when the first chance was. I don't know why he's bothered.
He's breaking balls, eh? Gobble the ghoul, eh? Why you sparging? All right. So anyway,
Back to reality.
what's the situation?
You know what it
Control your
is.
emotions.
What's the situation?
I can't control the laughter. That's a revelation of emotion. So,
Well, laughter is a good problem to have, I think. I'd rather have laughter than tears.
basically, it's imperfect. But the best way I can think of controlling emotions is admitting you have a problem.
Yes.
Believing that there could be a higher power, a God, a Jesus, a Buddha, that
Yes.
can help you restore your sanity. Make a decision to turn our will and our lives over to care of that, whether we understand it or not, and then make an inventory of ourselves, and then share that inventory with another human being, entirely honest, being ready to have these defects removed, and humbly asking that higher power, whatever you think of he, she, it, or they, to help remove our shortcomings. Make a list of persons we harmed, make direct amends to those people whenever possible, unless we're going to injure them or others in the process. And then we continue to take our personal inventory, and then we seek through meditation or prayer or touching grass, whatever you want to call it, and seek for knowledge of their will to be able to carry out, and then to continuously carry that message to other people with similar afflictions. And it's imperfect. And yeah, I stole that from Alcoholics Anonymous.
Hey, that super chat, is that GS's?
No, I'm not
Oh,
rebroadcasting.
no, that's me.
I
Oh,
learned my
You're
lesson.
not saying that name here. If you say that name,
Uh-oh.
I will kick you out.
which name?
The name that just gave you that $10.
Vegas Vips?
Oh my God, how stupid can people be? Didn't I just say if he said the name, I'd kick him out?
He'll be back. He's making all. No, he's not making any money for you guys. Wait. He's not making money for you.
So, look, that was totally an accident.
Wait. I got to say something. Wait, please. This is important.
No.
Chris, if you're going to be on subject, fine, but don't make this a you and GS repeat thing.
No, I'm going to make just one question, and I'll even drop out so you all can continue because you're making good leadway.
Okay, cool.
But I do have a very specific question. Todd, you just made an under-the-breath comment saying you'll see me tomorrow. I want you to say in front of everybody, like a man, chess square. What did you mean?
I typed it in the chat. Can you not read? Here.
No, I'm illiterate.
I'll read it
motherfucker.
for you. I am reporting on the ethics meeting tomorrow. I heard you will be there reporting as well. Is that the true or was that fake news?
What's your purpose?
To report on the ethics? What do you mean? What is your purpose to be?
I want to know. Are you supporting JJ?
I'm there to report on it. Aren't reporters supposed to be unbiased?
I mean, are you a reporter all of a sudden?
Are you an activist all of a sudden?
I've always been an activist.
Okay, we're moving on because this isn't going to be about.
Oh, you're gonna move and run away like you always do, and every time I'm the one. Every time I'm the one that confronts you, you seem to run off, dude.
You asked a question and it was answered.
It ain't answered though. You fucking avoided like you always do.
That's the answer you're gonna get there, champ.
Is this the same shit you do to your wife?
I don't know. You go to bed disappointed, dude. Is that the same thing you do to yours? Oh wait, you don't have a wife.
Can I ask, what are we talking about? What ethics? Is there some kind of ethics hearing or something tomorrow? Am I on mute? I'm on mute. No, I'm not.
No, you good. You good. I don't know about that meeting, but I just want to thank Vegas VIPs. Muckster
he's trying to figure out a way to. He's trying to figure out a way to say it without triggering Muckster. He doesn't understand what. Don't say the person who donated to you. By the way, that's what he's trying to say. Don't say that name. I think everything else is all right.
VIPs.
The troll whose name you keep saying.
Look, asshole, you have no idea of our history with that Miss Vippy.
I
So
don't.
if you're going to keep it up, next time it'll be a fucking ban. You could have said thanks for the $10, guy, and just shut the fuck up about it.
All right, so
You don't know
GS
who
called
that
him
asshole is.
out on his diddling. I don't know what that means. He gets into fights with everyone and can't carry a
Let's
conversation.
just move on from it. Nobody cares.
Okay,
about
okay.
It.
Congrats
Get
on the
back to
monetization.
subject.
Thank you.
Get back on the subject.
Muckster's scaring me, dude.
All right, so back to the
For real, scaring me, dude.
All right, look. I gotta jump.
I kid when I say stuff like that.
I don't think you're
I believe
kidding,
you.
Muckster.
Yeah.
Thank you, old Sarge Finkel and Muckster and GS. You know, it's been real as always and untrackable.
Yeah. Are you
Public
going live?
safety. I don't know if GS will meet you there, but if he does, we'll see. Strongest man will be standing.
Where are you
Yeah,
guys?
freedom isn't freedom glorious? Freedom's amazing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't give a
Freedom's
shit about
grand.
you being there. My question was for a different reason, but I know you're going to deflect the question, so I had to lead you like a horse to water.
Why are you trying to figure out whether you need to bring a weapon with you? Or
No,
not?
I'm trying to figure out if you're full of fucking shit right now to everybody.
Oh shit!
You're sitting here
You
playing
sound-
like you're getting along
okay.
with people, but what's really going to happen is you're going to
You
be the
sound like
same
you're-
motherfucker tomorrow.
Yeah, you sound like you're a little angry, dude.
Well, I'm pretty angry with you. You ran straight to Kaiser and JJ,
Hey,
and
Finkel?
everybody wants to know why.
Sergeant Finkel, can we go through the steps of identifying a problem when it comes to emotions and how maybe we can regulate those? Because I think Chris can benefit from this as well as me.
I would like to clarify, just for my knowledge, was base kicked off or did base leave?
Oh, he
left.
He's like Gandalf. He just comes and goes.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's pretty
Yeah,
random
that's- I
too,
was-
by the way.
I was just chatting a thing. Bo, if you can hear this, do you want your stream to stop?
Oh yeah, I don't know if he's still got it
That's
going
right.
or not.
He's still
Well, he's
active.
monetized, so maybe he doesn't. As long as you don't put up like boobies or anything like that.
Okay.
Finkel, did you know about JJ's ethics hearing tomorrow?
I did not. Is that what we're
Me-
talking about?
Yeah,
JJ's
that's what I'm
ethics?
trying to. That's what I'm trying to get out here.
Oh.
JJ was the other end of a whistleblower. The former jailer whistleblew on JJ, and he's facing a ton of ethics complaints from another government official
This is in Meade County?
in Meade County. At
Oh.
6 o'clock public hearing.
6
and-
p.m. Okay.
So my question to GS is: are you there to support JJ? Yes or no?
I'm there to report on what happens in the meeting. I don't. First off, I don't understand how I owe you any kind of an explanation for anything.
Because you ran straight to them over me. You were obsessed with me and Tiffany, and you did us wrong, and you ran straight to their arms.
Yeah. So listen, I've already apologized for that.
That's not an
Even-
apology. I
even-
don't feel an
even though-
apology.
even though most of the people in my orbit thought I was insane for doing it, and we're going to leave it at that, Chris.
Dude, the only people who thought you were insane is everybody out of your orbit. Nobody's in your orbit.
Then why are you back in my orbit?
Because I'm wondering what the fuck your purpose is.
If you're so bothered by me, why would you come into this chat room to try to harangue and harass me?
Well, because you're sitting up here blowing smoke up everybody's ass, making fucking jokes, and you're going to be the same son of a bitch tomorrow.
Well, I don't really understand what I'm not allowed to cut it up with a bunch of vets. I'm
No,
sorry.
it ain't that,
Are you
Todd.
phone
It's,
policing?
you're blowing smoke up people's ass, and you've got away with this your whole life long, and I'm not going to let you today.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Are you going to be an activist and protect
If
my
you're
rights right
actually
now?
going to make an apology, you need to make a real fucking apology, and you need to explain what you did wrong.
Well, why don't you get that out of me tomorrow then, Chris? How about that? Why don't
Oh,
you
so
do
you
your
can't do it in
best?
front of the
Why don't
audience?
Why don't you do
You can't
your
do it right
best
here
to-
now?
Why don't you do your best to extract that from me tomorrow then, Chris? How about that?
Extract an apology out
Yeah.
of you? Is that
Why
what
don't-
you
why
tell
don't
your wife?
Do your best to try to get that out
Is
of me
that what you
tomorrow.
tell your wife? Do your best to extract an apology out of me, bitch.
Keep bringing my wife into it.
Well, no, this is how you're treating people.
Keep
You need to
bringing my wife
learn.
into it.
You need to learn how to treat others, Todd. You're
Keep
not
bringing my wife
godly.
into
You're
it.
not
Keep bringing
Christian.
my wife into it. What do
Yeah,
you know
you're
about a
going
wife?
to turn it over on your wife now?
You ever had a wife?
Is that what you want to do? You want to turn it over to your wife now? Because you disrespected Tiffany.
Have you ever had a wife?
You disrespected
I'm actually
Tiffany with
just
the whole
curious.
entire
Have you ever even
video.
been married?
You disrespected her kids. So don't come at me about being
All right.
respectful to women.
I'm going to go ahead and be quiet now, Mr. Finkel, because I'm not trying to shit all over your channel. And Chris, you go ahead and spurg out, and I'll just wait.
I'm
till
not
you're done
spurging out. I'm asking you a direct question, and you're avoiding as usual. I would like to see progress with you on this channel. But y'all aren't getting progress from him. You're not getting anywhere with him. I don't know if you think you are, but this cutting up bullshit that he's doing.
I don't know what exactly you think is supposed to be going on here, Chris.
Well, it just seems like we're trying to give Todd an opportunity to apologize, and he's not doing it.
I didn't know that's what was going on.
Well, that's kind of what the community's been doing, for the past couple of days, is assessing if he's apologizing or not.
Something a toddler doesn't seem to understand is I'm not a part of any community except for this channel.
Yeah,
He's one who lumps everybody together, so don't you do it also.
I understand. Okay. And I did come in behind. I was told by Tiffany that you guys were talking to him on here, and that has been the thing that's been going around on different YouTube channels. Todd did a video alleging that he was making an apology, but nothing was direct. He didn't acknowledge anything that he'd done wrong. He still supports Kaiser and JJ, and I have a big problem with that. Kaiser murdered a man.
Concur.
Hello, Fac.
I would say handle that in the appropriate places at the appropriate times.
Well, it ain't mine to handle,
night,
bro.
Chris. We can handle it tomorrow night.
It's not mine to handle, Todd. It's yours.
We can handle it tomorrow night.
It's not mine to handle. It's yours. You want to fight me over it? You want to fight me because you have an issue? You're supporting a murderer? You want to fight me for that? How's that going to help you?
You're the only one.
What
talking
happens
about
if I end up
fighting,
wearing
Chris.
your ass out and tomorrow nothing changes?
I guess it'd be
What
a hate
purpose?
crime. It'd be a
What
hate crime
purpose is
because you
that?
beat
I'm
up a
not threatening
disabled
you.
combat vet.
I'm not threatening you.
Enjoy
I'm
jail,
not-
dude.
I wasn't
Enjoy
even
jail.
offering to fight
I'll
you.
take
You're
an
the
ass
one coming.
whooping to watch you be in federal prison for the rest of your life. Yeah,
Why
that'd
would
be
I be in
awesome.
prison if you fucking come at me wanting to fight?
Who
That
the
ain't how
hell
it
ever
works,
said I
Todd.
was going to come at you wanting to fight? I'm going to
You're the
report-
one talking about
I'm
wanting to
going
handle it
report on a
tomorrow. You
meeting.
want to handle me tomorrow.
Chris, here you are. You're still queefing.
You're
Next.
putting words in my mouth. You're putting queef farts in my mouth, motherfucker. Fuck you.
I swear to God, y'all are interrupting conversation right now. That's what
Well, I'm
y'all
going to come back down because obviously I've just made the exact point that I was concerned with. He's not trying at all to
You sound
do
scared,
anything
Chris.
right.
You sound really scared.
Well, I'm not scared of you at all. Are you kidding me, dude? I don't give a fuck about you, man. What I give a fuck is about people that are supporting Kaiser right now. It is sick and pathetic that people are supporting Kaiser and JJ Scarborough at all, especially you. And it was a huge disappointment.
Yeah.
So do something about it, bro.
What do you
we're
want me to
having a
do about it?
conversation.
What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, what
You
does
think
that
everything's
mean?
got to resolve?
Oh,
You think
what does
everything's
that mean?
resolved by a fist fight or what? What do you mean by that?
You're the only one talking about violence,
You're
Chris.
the
I'm not
one that
talking about
come up
violence. I'm
talking
saying I'm
about
not
violence.
talking about violence.
No,
Am I the
just
one? Am I the one that can
just
say,
keep
"Can't we
talking
all
about
just get
violence.
along?"
You interrupted a good conversation talking about violence. And trust me, I
I did
understand
not
you.
talk about violence.
Oh, bro.
Eddie's.
Oh, bro. You didn't talk about violence. I'm
I'm not the
trying.
one that made it about violence. I said that if he wants to resolve it by fighting, it's not going to solve anything. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So
You
maybe you
sound
should
really
listen to that a
scared,
little
Chris.
better.
No one made threats of violence to you.
You're the
You
one
are
that said if
diverting
you're going
the
to handle it with me tomorrow. What did you mean
You
by
are
that?
diverting conversation and you're making it all about you. How about you go
I'm
handle
making
this
it about
on the channel? Go.
What happened?
I muted both of them. Track
okay.
doesn't tell people what the rules are here, and Chris is a little hot, so I'm just letting them calm down a little bit so we can say hello to Fact to Magnets and see what he has to say.
Fact's been trying to talk. He's mild mannered, so it's hard for him to get a word edgewise. I think everyone can unmute themselves. Just let Fact get into the conversation, please.
I was just gonna say, I was going to channel my inner Rodney King and say, can't we all just get along?
No.
I apologize.
Stop resisting.
To the channel. I apologize to the.
Stop resisting. No shit, right?
Okay.
I am resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm resisting. I'm not resisting. I don't know what to do, Ossifer.
Can I ask a request for public safety and generally specific, or what is it? Why is you? I can't read. I need my reading glasses. If either of you see JJ tomorrow,
It's pronounced Skawid. Why is you Skawid, Chris?
Okay.
Skawid. It's like a little kid way of saying, "Why are you scared, Chris?"
Right. Well, if you guys see him tomorrow, can you please ask him, where the hell's my extradition? I've been waiting since April 22nd. It's June 18th. What the hell? I
have a no communication order from the judge. I'm not making any attempt to communicate with Scarborough whatsoever. I want to see Scarborough face accountability for the shit that he's been doing on YouTube with Michael Kaiser. I don't know what Todd's purpose is. I can only assume, and that's what I'm forced to do because he won't answer, that he's there to support JJ.
I've answered 3 times. I'm there to report as a journalist on what is going down. I'm there to see what the outcome is going to be of an ethics meeting. It's pretty cut and dry, dude. You should try it. It's called journalism. Matter of fact,
I don't care to be a journalist.
You used to have some really good shows.
I'm not a journalist. I never was, Todd.
But you're not an activist either, because you sure don't want to protect my rights.
Your rights? When have your rights been violated? You going to compare yourself to the victims that do reach out to my channel? Because you're not.
I have not muted anybody, just so we can be clear on that.
Oh, I thought you muted me.
We're all just up here being
so nobody's going to ask
generally silent.
Okay. I guess I just have to wait. Oh well. How you doing, Fac?
I'm good. How are you guys? I literally woke up to pee and I saw or heard generally specific. I heard based. I saw you, and I was like, oh my gosh, everybody's on one panel, which probably in the 2 weeks ago or maybe a week ago, it seems like that would never have occurred. So
we're not taking long showers to the wee hours of the morning. We're just
well, and then it just became a little darker, so I tokened it up a little bit for you guys.
Oh, okay. Trackable left. Trackable left.
Oh, is that who left? I didn't touch it. You left on his own.
Okay. Okay.
I'll take credit for Bruno.
You kicked Bruno out? Okay.
Oh, the last time it was a ban, I may think about it.
For anyone's curious, even though you probably might be seeing this on my channel, The StreamYard is a shared StreamYard between Muckster, Aereo, Killing Time, and Finkel, and I don't interfere if any of them want to moderate others. So yeah, if you wonder why people are getting kicked out, it's not me, but I'm not going to interfere if it's Muckster or Killen or Aereo. And I'm going to move to my bigger computer because I am not reading these chats very well. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Somebody is free to talk.
I mean, I just stuck on one question. I like getting answers for questions. I want to know why you ran to JJ and Kaiser. Yes.
So, and maybe I might be a little bit behind things. So, when you say ran to Kaiser, what do you mean by that?
He went to Michael Kaiser's channel and started supporting and sharing documents and digging into my records that are currently in court to provide to them to help further ruin my case or my ability to have a fair trial in court.
I
Whoa,
just want to
whoa!
clarify.
That's a lot of allegations there, Skippy.
It is. It is.
Yeah,
You took
the
a
internet.
document.
The internet's forever there, Chris. Be careful.
Yeah, but you're putting something
Are
on
you
the internet.
intimidating a witness right now, Chris?
You're not a fucking witness, Todd. Pansy.
And just to clarify,
I'm feeling
do
pretty
you mean-
intimidated right now.
You're not
Chris.
a witness, and you're not
Do you
being
mean documents
intimidated. You're
other
crying
than
like a
those
bitch.
that are? Do you mean documents other than those that are public record?
Absolutely.
Something
It's
other
not
than-
public yet because it has not gone through trial. He went to a jailer, an elected official who is a corrupt piece of shit Kentucky official. And that official.
In your opinion, or is that
Shut the fuck up until I'm
allegedly,
finished.
or is
Shut
that
the fuck up till I'm
it for
finished.
a fact?
He went to a corrupt Kentucky government official who has fabricated a document in my case, and he went and did a public records request illegally, and JJ gave him the false document so that he could further cause damage to my hearing.
JJ didn't give me a thing. He set something on the desk, and I took a picture of it, in which I
Oh,
posted.
imagine that. So that's illegal as fuck, Todd.
So already you're lying. And
No,
secondly,
I'm not lying. You just
it's the
admitted
same
it, you
exact
dumbass.
document that you pricks sent to me trying to set me up.
Yeah, but you took a picture of evidence that's marked as evidence
You
in an
just said,
ongoing matter.
yeah, but you just took a picture. You just admitted you sent that to me to try to set me up.
I didn't send you shit. You did not send it to
I don't
me
know,
when you
man.
had it.
Let's
Look.
replay the tapes. He admitted it.
Okay,
You-
what the fuck
You are
ever,
not
man.
the
Dude,
sharpest
you're-
marble in the bag, dude.
I'm going to tell you something, Todd, that you need to know. You are
I know.
a
Jesus
piece
loves
of
me.
fucking
Jesus loves me.
shit, dude.
Well, you can
all
try to
of
flush
these-
me tomorrow, stud.
Yeah, you do need to get flushed. Every single person, every single thing that's being
Tomorrow's
said
your
about you right now
opportunity there, bud.
really needs to be
Tomorrow's
100-fold
your
and
first
never
golden
ending.
opportunity. You deal with me tomorrow, then, buddy.
Yeah, you want to tell me some more about yourself, Todd. Tell me some more about your honesty. Tell me about how Christian you are. Tell me about
flush
the
me tomorrow,
church.
stud. Go ahead.
Tell me
flush
about the
tomorrow,
church, stud.
I wish you would.
Tell me about your protective order.
What the hell are you even talking about?
You tell me. What am I talking about? Church protective order. Tell me about it.
What the hell are you even talking about?
Tell me about it.
I'm not aware of any kind of protective order.
Well, you should be.
You put out a protective order.
I put out a
against-
protective order?
No,
I'm
you didn't put it out.
Oh, so you've been doing some secret squirrel.
Secret squirrel, huh? So
Let-
I'm
let
a
me
secret
know-
squirrel.
let me know what it
but
is
you're
now.
going and
Let me
getting
know what it is,
documents
Mr.
illegally involving my case
Subversive.
that I haven't been to court yet
Mr.
for.
Subversive? What are you talking about? A church? What is it even again? What is it? A
You
what?
come back when you're ready to admit it.
Admit what?
You come back when you're ready to admit your past with the church.
The hell are you even talking about, you
You'll
psycho?
figure it out because you already know. You'll figure out how to tell everybody one of these days.
Can I ask what the
Dude,
relevance
you're
of this
insane,
church thing
dude.
is?
You're absolutely, legitimately insane.
No, I'm not going to give it to him. He's going to be the one to admit it.
Are you the one putting out my pictures of my
I don't give a fuck
Google
about you.
Maps
So the answer
on,
is going to
on
be
Discord?
no.
Yeah, lie
Like I
again,
give it
dude.
shit. I don't
Lie
even know where
again.
the fuck you live, dude. I don't give a fuck about you.
The hell you don't? My email
I
or
don't.
my actual address is in your email, stud. Remember that T-shirt you were supposed to give me? That
Who
everyone
gives a
1-5
fuck?
T-shirt.
Yeah,
I
where's
do,
the
you
t-shirt?
frauder.
I didn't send you shit because
You're
I
a
didn't even
fraud.
read your.
You're
The
a
only time I
fraud.
read your fucking email was whenever you
You're a
claimed that you
fraud,
got a
Chris.
t-shirt, and I checked, and
You're
you
a
were right.
fraud.
You
You're
did get a fucking
fraud.
t-shirt.
Where is the T-shirt?
No, you're
Oh.
not going to get it right now because I don't have the fucking money. You didn't pay for it. You didn't pay for it, Todd.
May
It was
you
just a
have the
fucking
life you
game.
deserve, Chris. May you have the life
May
you deserve.
you have the life that you deserve. How about that?
Thank you. I will take that.
I at least acknowledge when I do something wrong. I acknowledge it. And when I make an apology, I fucking mean it.
Yeah, Chris, you won't walk away. You won't move on. You want to keep trying to get me to prostrate myself, Chris. You had your opportunity to be
God,
graceful,
why do
buddy.
you think anything involves you? Get the fuck your nose out of my case. Stay the fuck out of my life, out of my orbit.
You sound
whatever
really
the fuck
scared,
you want to
Chris.
say.
You sound real scared.
Why do you
sound
keep saying I
really
sound
scared,
scared?
Chris.
Do I sound scared to anybody else?
Yeah, hurt people, Chris. Are you trying to hurt me?
Dude, let me tell you something. You came into my fucking life
Yeah,
pretending
to,
to be a friend.
Oh, okay. Now I was pretending to be a friend.
Yeah, you were pretending. You know when I figured out you're pretending?
When? When exactly? Precisely
when I learned that you were the first person to receive a manufactured document that alleged something terrible to a child, and any one of my friends wouldn't even thought twice to at least question me about it.
You said it was sent to 6 other people, and nobody sent it to you, Chris. You said it was sent to 6 other people. Matter of fact, you said you traced it.
You sent it.
You knew more
sent it
about
to
what
other
was in my
people.
email than I did,
3.
Chris. How is that possible, Chris? How
Because
is it you
I see
knew
the
more about
fucking
my
email
emails
thread,
than I
Todd.
did?
You just called me a Riri, motherfucker. You're so stupid. You don't know how to read an email thread? The fucking dates and times are on it.
Dude, you
Childish
spurred out a
bitch.
little harder, dude. I'll see you tomorrow,
Childish
brother.
fucking
I'll see you
bitch.
tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow,
Make
man.
a threat. Do something. Do
Bring
something
your
tomorrow then.
Bring your reporting notebook, okay?
We'll
Mr.
see how
Activist?
fucking badass you are whenever.
Make
See
sure
if
you
you do
take some
anything or
notes.
not. You
Make
gonna
sure you
hide
take some
behind
notes
JJ,
tomorrow.
motherfucker?
Make sure you take some notes tomorrow, Chris.
Yeah. There ain't gonna be no notes, Todd.
Activism.
You
all the
mind
way,
yours,
buddy.
I'll mind mine. How's that,
Yeah,
motherfucker?
that would be the smartest thing you would start doing immediately.
Hey,
Is
GS, can
tomorrow
I
gonna
ask you?
be? Is
Can I
tomorrow
ask
gonna
you?
be some type of
I'm
a?
talking. GS, can I ask you a question
bad.
before you leave?
Well, absolutely.
Oh, do you really believe the Kitty Liddy story?
I have no idea. All I'm just saying it's kind of no. Actually, yeah. Are you talking about in high schools?
Yeah. Okay, that's
Yes,
all I
they've
needed
done
to
that.
know. Yes. Okay, I'm
They've
convinced
done
you're
it.
a moron. I'm convinced you're a moron. Then.
All right.
Okay.
Take care of them, Muckster. No, I mean it's actually happened in high schools. You haven't
It
heard about it?
has not. It has not. Every time those stories come up, it's because somebody knows somebody in another school district.
Okay.
Nobody has ever shown direct.
I could be wrong,
evidence of it.
Muckster. I could be wrong, but if
You
I were
are
to
on
bring
this
up,
because I have looked into it.
okay, all right. Well, I mean, if you have, I haven't really looked into it. I just heard some rumors, so you
Well,
could
then
be
you
exactly.
should stop. You should stop
could-
repeating that kind of silly bullshit.
Wait. Are you telling me that I should stop repeating rumors when I don't have substantiating facts to prove what I'm claiming is true?
I said silly bullshit, not rumors. But what do you want to hit me with?
No,
You
I'm
want to
just,
hit me?
I agree
You
with
want to
you.
hit?
No, I'm
You want to
no, I'm
hit?
not
You want
trying
to
hit
hit me?
you.
I was
No,
just going to ask
Muckster,
if you wanted to hit
listen,
me with
I'm
your
not
son
trying to
because I
hit you,
tried to
dude.
get you to answer that.
I've seen how you deal with people that try to hit you. I ain't trying to hit you, bro. Trust me. I'm not even playing right now. But no, seriously, I agree. I think that people should stop saying unsubstantiated things unless they have the receipts. And you should try to give someone the benefit of the doubt that they are exactly what they say they are. And when people tell you exactly who they are, you might want to listen.
Well, and you also might want to stop lumping everybody together. When you were in here that other day, you kept saying you to me. And it was all stuff about over at F3. You think just because I've been over there in the chat that I'm part of their group? I have nothing to do with what they put on. But anybody who disagrees with you becomes all of you. My God, you called Finkel a Jew because he disagreed with you on something religious. Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to lump everybody together?
Well, you just said I just pointed something out about him individually. How is that lumping him together? I'm not trying to be obtuse. I mean, it's a genuine question.
Why'd you decide he's a Jew just because he disagreed with you? What kind of sense does that make?
Well, it's the slander that was coming out of his mouth. It's the unsubstantiated claims against my person and my personage in a very slanderous and in some cases libelous way. But being that I'm not a litigious person yet, and
Well,
I hope never to be.
Todd, good luck finding a lawyer that would take this case.
Yeah,
No,
shit.
I agree.
Todd, wait a minute.
Agree. I
Wait
agree.
a
It'd be
minute.
really
Do you
hard
know
to
what?
find a good lawyer.
You know what,
Chris,
Sliver?
I'm absolutely not interested in engaging with you anymore.
You need to answer this for everyone else, not
do
just me.
anything, Chris.
Do you know what libel slander is?
Yes, libel is something in writing that is absolutely false, that if enough people get to believe it and you can demonstrate that there's damages to one's reputation, their ability to earn or maintain a living or money, it can be substantiated. There can be punitive civil damages assessed to it.
Oh, you mean like a document that you put on your fucking screen?
Well, you do your worst, buddy. Do your worst.
You think you're worth my time in a lawsuit?
Like that same document? Yeah, you'd have to crowdfund and grift people out of their money in order to get another lawyer paid.
Hey, I'm done.
I thought you were a grown-ass man that can handle his own business, Chris.
You just defined it perfectly.
Yeah,
Good job.
Yeah, exactly. Pay for your own lawyers from now on, Chris. You're a big boy.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Somebody's regurgitating Kaiser.
Yep.
No, I'm regurgitating Chris's own words. I'm a big boy. I handle me. I take care of me.
Yeah, well, you do it on the back of Kaiser JJ.
From Kaiser. Yeah.
What's that, Cliff? I'm sorry. What's that, Cliff? Et tu, Brute?
Sycophant.
Yes, a sycophant. Yeah. I'm sure you're the one that probably released the information about my son that I told you in confidence.
No, he ain't. He's not. He's not the one. He's not the one. He's not the one, Todd.
Well, who is Chris? Do I need to
Guess
go to
what?
Discovery?
Super secret squirrel, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Chris. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Chris.
What are you gonna do about it,
dude? Keep provoking.
That ain't provoking.
Yeah, that's provocation right there.
Well, you don't like facts?
You're messing with my family, Chris.
I ain't messing with shit, Todd.
Yeah,
you're messing with me.
You're messing with my family, buddy.
Slander. You put a fake document on your screen about me that ruins my reputation. It is a fucking lie. You know it's a goddamn lie, and you stuck it on your fucking screen for 3 hours. Fuck you.
So, you mean the same fake document that you snuck into my emails, and then
I didn't
somehow
put it out to the public.
You and TB knew about it before I did?
Into your email, motherfucker. I know where it came from to you.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to trace that too. We'll get all of the details of that eventually. It will come out. It will come out in Discovery.
You are gonna join JJ in threatening the person that actually tried to get it over to someone.
Chris, do I have a hard time speaking for myself? Because you like to reformulate what I'm saying into something completely different.
No, it's not different though. It's not different.
That's a little bit weird, Chris?
No, I'm defining it the way you won't say it. You are trying to say that you all are doing an investigation to find out which person flipped sides and gave that document to where they thought it would get to me. So what are you going to do to the woman when you find her?
I have a question. So no matter where the document comes or whatever, like wherever the truth lies, it will be, right? So
no, I've got court over it, bro.
Let him talk, Chris.
All right.
I'm not saying that it exonerates or accuses anyone of doing whatever, but what I'm asking is that wherever the truth lies, then it will be where it is. So what is the worry, or why are you just worried, or are you just concerned because it's saying something that is false?
Yeah, absolutely. It's way more than that. I'm facing 20 years in prison over it. Well, it's a false document. Listen,
at the end of the day, then, when the truth comes out, whatever that may be, then it will say what it is, and you don't have to worry about the 20 years, right?
If it works out properly. I don't know, what your experience is with the court system, but, a corrupt government, especially as small as me, they tried to charge Finkel with organized crime a couple months ago. That's who I'm dealing with. That's the corrupt court system that I'm dealing with. And
I hope
Scarborough
you
is
heard-
an
I
elected
hope you-
official.
I hope you heard how much he hesitated, spitted, and sputtered because he's worried
How
about
about you
these
mute
charges.
Todd for a minute so I can explain
you're
this
really
without
worried.
him interrupting?
I will mute, but I just want people to notice
just
just how
fucking mute,
worried
dude.
you are about 20 years, buddy.
Why wouldn't
And
I
then-
be?
and then-
Anybody would be worried to spend 20 years in prison over a fake fucking document.
Innocent man wouldn't be worried at all.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Anyway, someone on, I'm not going to say who it is, I absolutely believe I know, made a document based off of a real cease and desist that me and my girlfriend wrote to get the harassment to stop from the corrupt government official. Kaiser and his group, and I'm not going to name the individual who did it, but they rewrote that document and then added a death threat to a child at the end of it. And then that group had the fake one for about a month and sent it to Todd, a person, a good faith Samaritan, sent it to Todd in email thinking that he would tell me about it. And he didn't. He held it. He thought he was going to use it for YouTube content.
Let's pause there. Let's
Dan,
unpack
no,
that
I'm
for a
not done.
second.
Mute.
Oh no!
Mute.
You want to gish cash,
Hey,
right?
we're going to get
You
it
just
all
wanna-
the way through
You
with.
just want to move all the way past
I
that. You
think
don't
it's
want to
fair
deal with
enough,
it, do you?
Todd. I think it's fair enough that he continue, and then when he stops, then you can get on. I mean, I'm just saying, like, let's hear what the hell he's saying.
All right, you're frozen, Craig. No, you're
Mute,
back.
Todd.
But we heard you.
How about you suck my dick, Chris? How about that?
Mhm. Yeah, here goes freaking out when he knows he's getting ready to get fucked up with the truth.
What's it
You
like to
can't
know
handle
that
the
my
fucking
dick
truth,
works,
Todd.
Chris? What's it like
Anyway,
to know that my dick works?
Todd had the document in his email. He knew about it. He wanted to use it for YouTube content. He was not a true friend at all by any means. And then I got locked up on, they charged me for a thumbnail. They said that the thumbnail was a threat to a public official, which it's not, but that's what they locked me up on. While I was in jail for 10 days, trying not to get extradited to the jail of the public official that was out for me, Todd is calling my girlfriend and talking to her and still he knew about that document. I ended up going to pretrial, and that was the first time I had ever heard anything about that document at all at pretrial. A death threat to a child. And it was entered in as evidence in my case, which I'm not even going to court for yet. Well, Todd gets mad at me for calling him out because he's being a douchebag to everybody. I kept it under my hat as long as I could. He's being a douchebag to everybody on YouTube, and he ends up getting called out. Well, I came in and I asked him, what were you doing with that document? What was the purpose of you not telling me about that document? You knew about it. I could have presented that to my lawyer before I went to court. We could have hashed it all out then. It would have been dismissed. Everything would have been fine and dandy. But no, Todd has to care about his YouTube more, or whatever his purpose was. I still don't know how nefarious his purpose really truly was. But he held on to that document throughout all of that. And then later, I was able to find out everything about where the document came from. But in the meantime, Todd was throwing his little fit about getting called out on YouTube, and he goes straight to Kaiser, whose group is the one that made that fake document, and then goes to the jail to meet Scarborough, the jailer that's corrupt. And Scarborough lets him take a photograph of the court evidence that is not public, which is the death threat. And Todd goes back to his house and puts it in his back screen on his channel and commits to bashing my girlfriend and her children for 3 hours with that in the back screen. Accusing me.
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm going over to Flow States. I just want to say, hold on, I got to mute the other channel. I just want to say thank you, Muckster and Finkel, for giving me an opportunity to speak. I look forward to speaking again. I'm going to let him think I'm running off because I'm scared of whatever facts he's spitting. Let's just say it's a fanciful fiction.
Do you want to respond to any of that?
No, I'm getting ready to hop in their StreamYards.
Could I ask you one question on the different part of it? Okay?
Sure, go ahead. I'll do my best to answer it.
Don't think you know where I'm going with this.
No, I'm
okay.
I'm
on the thing with your son, I saw you
love
later.
him very much with the bottom of my heart.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I saw you talk about it, but because you talk about like people, with rumors and stuff. Can you understand, since since you now say you found out that your son posted that on
Yes, absolutely.
Facebook, can you now understand why people were saying that? Because they were basically repeating what your son said.
I will say that he has blocked us off of all media. We did not break contact with him. My wife is going to be frickin' furious for me even talking about it. I love my son. I hug my son more than my own wife does. I've invited my son in my house twice after he left to come back. At one point in time, he was 80 pounds soaking wet. And I got him back up to about 130 pounds. And he's taller than me by like 2 inches. And then the second time, I also nurse him back to health. When you come to my house, you put on weight because I feed you good and I take care of you.
And
you
abuse
have
you.
structure.
And abuse you. Yep.
And you don't
Chris,
want to.
I mean,
You abusive
seriously,
tiny
Chris,
foot motherfucker. Go run
may
away.
may you get
run
everything
away.
you deserve in life, dude. I'm going to another channel. Enjoy, understand what you're getting with
Wait,
Chris.
I think
for
Sarge wants
public
to say
safety.
something to you.
Go ahead, Sarge. Go ahead.
If you go over to Flow State, I think Based is over there.
Yep, I'm seeing him. Yeah.
If he wants us to turn off he's still streaming from here.
Oh, I think he's enjoying the extra revenue.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll leave it alone.
Probably. I think he made mention of it. Maybe he doesn't know how to turn it off. Yeah, he's over in Flow State.
That's who was speaking when I first woke up. But anyway,
all right. Again, genuinely, I thank you, old Sarge Finkel and Muckster. I appreciate it. Muckster, you crack me up, dude. You're real, man. Like for real, dude. You crack me up.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not kissing your butt. You can still hate me. That's okay, Muckster.
Let me just say this.
All right.
All this that happened, I try very hard to let it be an even discussion. I don't let anybody run over it.
I can see that. I appreciate that. And I look forward to talking to you guys in the future, and I'll answer whatever questions I think are any of your businesses. And I look forward to that in the future. But y'all take care, and thank you very much for having me this opportunity to be up on your platform.
Anybody watching, a reminder,
Okay.
we pretty much let anybody come up and say their piece unless they piss off Muckster. Vegas Phipps, you're not welcome here.
Okay, that's
Don't
it. You
say
said
that
the name.
Don't say that name. I knew
Motherfucker.
you could do it too, Muckster.
Thanks, Muckster.
the other day I saw Cliff.
I've been having some connection issues.
Oh, I thought
Go
Muckster
ahead,
kicked
Jack.
you. Okay.
No, that was he went out on his own there.
Okay.
You think I'm going to mess with Santa Claus?
No, I'm still having connection too. See.
So Chris, you can't ask JJ where my extradition is because you can't talk to him.
That is correct. I'm not even considering having any type of communications with any of them.
Only GS can talk to him.
Well, I actually have skin in this game. I need to see JJ be held accountable because he's the person that pressed 9 false charges against me. So, I actually should be there. I think, that's my purpose in going.
While you guys were going at it, I saw some very interesting comments, and I can't remember who said what, but basically people are pointing out that as unrealistic as it seems to us, we're seeing other places in the country where similar bullshit's going on and people are paying heavy and dear prices for the kind of bullshit you're facing. So I totally understand that you're being threatened with some serious legal issues over some stupid shit. And
I'm sorry. I'm also being threatened physically by that group, and Todd just, that's what he was doing too. He's following the lead of Michael Kaiser and JJ Scarborough. That's where he is at. And anybody that thinks that he's turning a leaf, you're wrong. He's not turning a leaf.
No, but he's still making the same accusations about me that are not true. He thinks that I took our private conversations and made them public when he's the only one that has.
Are we talking about JJ?
No, we're talking about GS. GS
okay.
took private conversations that we had on the phone together, and he made those public, and only he twisted it into his own narrative. I never said anything about our private conversations ever, and I'm being accused of doing that.
He also tried to accuse Cliff of that document, of harboring that document. He didn't want it to be on him. He doesn't realize that when you read an email thread, it literally draws a line and shows you all the way back to where it started. It started in GS's mailbox, and then he finally ended up sending it to Nickie and Cliff. But it wasn't until way later, you know.
Speaking of Nickie, hello, Nickie.
Yeah, see, I was down in the chat earlier. And I said, I have never questioned his military service, and I've said it publicly. I know he saw that in the chat, but he won't give me credit when I say good things or any of that. He's just going to disparage, and talk over me, interrupt when he's on a panel, or just start calling names when I try to speak. So I don't like to be on panels with him at all for that reason.
Can I interrupt the bash section just for a little bit of different business?
Okay.
And really, folks, now that GS is gone, it's a pretty open panel. But I am putting a link out there for Izzy's channel. Those of you who know Izzy, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We're trying to get her subscriptions up. People on the other channels, check her out. She's an interesting person. That's it.
Yeah.
Go back to saying whatever you want about the asshole now.
I like Izzy too.
Yeah,
I don't believe that GS ever said anything disparaging. I think he was reading his chat. So I think.
Well,
she
can
might
I tell you?
have
Can
that
I tell you? Can I tell you something about that, Cliff? I was in his chat when he was talking about that, and he said about he never called her a camel hockey, and we all know what kind of, wordplay he was using there. But anyway, I said in chat, I heard it. And that's when he said, well, if you, and of course, I have nothing to do, people had played the clip for another 10 minutes, you'd see me saying that I disagreed with that kind of talk. Now, first of all, it took him 10 minutes to decide his people were being racist. But secondly, so then I said in his chat, first, I'm not you people. And secondly, I would be glad to see the video that proves what you're saying. You know what happened? My chat was deleted because that was way too confrontational for his people to see.
Yeah.
They didn't want to see somebody being reasonable and asking for the receipts. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, and I've seen him do that too. He deletes people's chats and because he doesn't want his people to see it.
Yeah, you guys are saying he, and I want to point out, just like I don't try to override Muckster when he kicks people out, his moderators, his wrenches, as you gotta call them, they're not always doing what he's telling them to do. I think it was a moderator that kicked Muckster out. I have no idea who kicked Cliff out.
Earlier in the thing, he told his moderators not to be deleting anybody's comments. So he doesn't have, this super soldier has no control over the people under him.
Well, hold on, you all. He has now employed Kaiser's people to be his wrenches, and they're trained to go opposite of what's being said to specific things on the channel. So they know their job behind the scene is to kick people and keep them silent while the person running the channel sits there and shit talks them. That's what they do.
That's Kaiser training. I don't think that's GS training. I don't know.
I contend that GS has learned everything he's learned from Kaiser and JJ now. I think he's taken on that armor, so to speak. I think they're all three very close, and I think they've been close for a while.
And they're still close.
Can I
think I just proved it.
Let me reply to this. Let me reply to this post here, Stephanie. I think all of us agree that pretty much his entire apology tour was bullshit. all his apologies were like, "Oh yeah, I want to say sorry to these people," but he didn't really say, "Oh, I never should have talked that way about a woman's dead husband," or "I
Yeah.
never this." And he
Yeah.
also, and when I believe it was Stephanie said, "You should apologize to Phyllis," his apology was like, "Oh yeah, okay," but then he says, I shouldn't have talked that way, but I was doing it in response to other people." So yeah, no real
Mhm.
apologies there for that good Christian.
Right.
I think
Yeah,
And
and I
I
was
this
going
would
to
like
ask
to.
him on the panel. I was going to ask him on the panel tonight, what specifically are you apologizing for in a general way? To me, yeah, if you're going to apologize to me, what are you apologizing about? Do you recognize what your apology is? So that was going to be my question to him. Go ahead, Nikki. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine, Cliff. I just came up to say I've been involved for quite a while. I was involved with GS for quite a while. I was involved when he got that email. I was involved when FAC was doing the Fact Madness questions. I know that there's been a lot of private conversations between Todd and each one of you, and I can tell you for a fact that none of us up here on this panel have ever specifically mentioned any private conversation that we have had with Todd until Todd himself brings it out in public, trying to create division between us.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yep.
That's a reasonably fair statement. And for Todd, for example, to insinuate otherwise, I think is offensive. I mean, most of you have any inclination on how I operate would know that I'm not a very, I'm on your side specifically and this person's side. I try to figure out where the truth lies. And so for
Absolutely.
whatever reason, I think that Todd has taken that stance on me, my personal stance, to be me going against him. Well, at the end of the day, what I try to do is when I say something, I would like mostly the truth to have come out. So if I'm speaking
Yeah.
on something that hasn't yet to be determined to be true, then I sound like a fool. And by the way, occasionally when you speak out of turn, out of line, you sound like a fool.
Yeah.
That's really what I'm saying. So why don't you just be in that space where you can reserve yourself and take the time to figure out where it all lies? That's where I stand.
And I apologize for being, my heart rate was up to that whole thing, and it still is, because I mean the game Todd is playing with people is bad on everybody. The racism, the womanizing, the whatever the deal is with the valor, like all that's bad, and I'm not downplaying that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just really personally in my position, the dude is literally playing with the rest of my life. That document could have me locked up. Him publishing that document to make me look bad before a jury. I mean, the dude is trying to get my life completely destroyed.
I was going to say this, Chris, and I didn't. There's a couple things I want to point out. First of all, I think it would be interesting to figure out those people who are on, analytics and those kind of things, if some of the things that are talked about, if they're trendy within our community. You know what I mean? Like he focuses on different things that become popularized, and then it just creates this buzz. But what I was going to say when you were talking earlier, when GS was on, was that, do you not have someone on your team that is advising you to reserve yourself? Because I hear you all bantering and arguing about some things that if it was on my team, or if my team was dealing with that, I'd probably just keep that in the background.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to do, my friend. I'm trying to keep it. The JJ, the official, is the records keeper. What he's doing is I'm trying to stay quiet for court. He's passing out cherry picked records, most of them are fabricated, and giving them to people like Todd and Kaiser so that they can destroy my credibility before a jury trial. That's what their point is. They've even said it out loud on the channel multiple times. They're going to destroy me. So as far as my advisement from my attorney, it was this. He said, we cannot sit back when they expose something like that, when they put it out there. We can't sit back and stay quiet about it. You need to at least plead your, case on that thing. He said, but we're not supposed to be having it in the public, and there's nothing we can do to stop them because it's a government official, and the state police aren't taking action. Yeah, the state police haven't taken action yet. The feds haven't taken action yet, and my hearing is getting closer and closer. They're trying to have this whole.
Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. My bad. I was just going to say, your proximity to everything may be something that causes your amplification to be problematic. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm saying you are very close to what's going on. So if you are the person that's amplifying the truth, maybe it doesn't come off as being true sometimes. It doesn't sound like it's true. It just sounds like you guys are just arguing about stuff and back and forth, and nothing's yet to be put out there as truth. That's all.
Well, it's not time for that to come out. It's supposed to come out in front of a jury in court.
Sure.
You don't.
That's fair.
You don't argue that in court of public opinion, and it's definitely not something that I'm choosing to do. So the only thing I can do, aside from trying to hear my case on my channel, which I'm not playing that game. They are. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sway a jury. I don't want to do anything wrong. I want to do it all properly. So my response can only be in the moment with the person directly for doing it, and hope that they will get the message. What they're doing is highly illegal. Interfering with the court proceeding, sharing malicious documents, But the problem is
that will come out. That will come out in the end, right? I mean, activity. It seems as though that activity should be exposed in due time.
Maybe, but that's putting a whole lot of faith in the justice system to operate completely perfectly. That's not the way things really are in the real world.
And
I think the fact that he does have an ethics committee meeting tomorrow, and he's facing the ethics committee, I think that says a lot, and I think more will come out of that as well. It's
huge stepping stone, and we'll also find out if the ethics committee is corrupt or not, because the proof is going to be shown in this hearing, just like any other hearing, and we'll see what they say at the end of the day. Because if they end up having all the proof that the allegations are true and then don't do anything to JJ, we're going to see if the entire county's corrupt or not. Now, for those of you who don't know, Meade County only has about, Tiff, 6,000 people and a full government. They have judges, they have a prosecutor, they have the sheriff's department, they have JJ in his jail. And they have the full authority of any other big city government, but it's a very small, very corrupt, very kinshiped government system.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
If Tiff is standing right there, why are we dealing with you?
I asked her that earlier. I said, why don't you get on here? You'll be,
Yeah, put Tiffany on.
I tried. She's right here, though. She can hear you.
But
Nickie,
fact,
what
I
was
I was going to say earlier, Phyllis had said the same thing, and I just want to point it out. You had said that with Chris being in the main point, maybe it was being amplified wrong. The thing is that Chris actually kept quiet for a very long time.
Yeah.
Until he went to the lawyer and said, look, this is completely ruining everything. What can we do about it? And his lawyer told him, if you're being attacked, then go ahead and put the truth out, but watch how you do it.
Yeah, I think that is. So what you said, Nickie, is to me the crux of what I'm saying to Chris is that, don't get me wrong, but I've heard I've heard the back and forth, especially when like GS is on, where it no longer seems as though you are. I mean, you're doing a lot of defending, which you need to do, but I think if my lawyer was telling me to put the truth out there, but be careful what you say, I think that's kind of like what he would be telling you. And sometimes I think that you go beyond that because you're so invested in what's going on. But you
Oh
don't have
no.
to be because you're waiting for your day in court.
Well, I'll explain that to you too. There's a breakdown. I'm actually going. It's wild. I started my channel after me and Tiffany were the victims of a botched police raid, and we ended up exposing an entire regional corruption that was happening in. It wasn't just us, no, but we were the ones that started the channel and went to work for it and started exposing it. And that was one case. So we filed a lawsuit on it.
You're right,
We're in the process of that. So that's one case. And then all of a sudden, I'm over in Kentucky helping a victim of police brutality. And they threw this fake warrant at me that wasn't even in my name, saying that I had a case from 1998 over one single joint and that I was supposed to go to jail for 30 days over it. So that created another case, which is almost done. Okay. And it's to a point where I can talk a lot more about that case now because it's pretty much done. All the argument has become public, not by my channel, but by public records. Okay. So that one I can talk a lot more about now. Then when I'm trying to solve that one, I go to Meade County. Me and Tiffany go to Meade County, and we're documenting for the Hardin County case. We're documenting so that our followers can keep up with what we're going through over the joint case. And we get attacked by the sheriff's deputy, and that created this whole new dilemma. So,
well, that wasn't the only reason you were doing it. You were recording in there for the judge too, just in case you couldn't get all the paperwork.
It's to prove that we were trying to get the record. Yeah, I was trying to get the record. I needed a copy of it because the prosecutor was using it. So I wanted a copy of the whole entire record. I was told to come in person to get it. And I was documenting for the channel while we were there to get the copy of the record, and we got attacked by the chief.
Attorney that you had, he was supposed to be getting those records for you.
Yeah, we actually the election attorney. The reason we terminated our employment on him was because he should have went and got that record instead of having me do it. That was one of the reasons.
I told Chris I wasn't a fan when he hired him.
But anyway, I don't want to get off track. I want to make this real simple. And then, so what you're looking at here are Raid, Hardin, and a current Meade County. And then a topic of my channel, for some reason, people are mixing up an old ass case, misdemeanor case from 1999, which was what I was getting the record on. So now you got the whole gist of everything that comes out on my channel is my 4 current litigations in pieces, because I never overstep. Like, despite what it sounds like, I never overstep what my attorneys advise me to do. I don't put out information until it's okay. I don't put it out till it's public. But other people are, And then as far as
I'm on the phone with him a lot, and I ask those tough questions. Why aren't you putting this out? Well, I can't right now.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my channel has tanked down because I have not been publishing anything about any of them recently because, well, I'm not going to say why, but it's legal reasons, and not in my, not on me. The legal purposes for me being silent right now is on them, not me. And I'm doing exactly what you're advising me to do, is I'm staying silent when I need to.
It might be interesting just on the side, although you may not specifically talk about your case, you can talk about the concepts that you're dealing with that are problematic for you. I've seen you do lots of videos and edit the way that you do. In fact, when GNS and I were talking and doing the shows that we were talking about, he would talk about how your editing is something that he liked and he admired. So, you can put together some information that's out there that tells the story of stuff, but not be directly involved in your case. and still, you know, people would be interested in that. I'm sure.
Well, that's what I've been publishing. I just did the Scotty Scheffler case. I just did an incident where a kid's window got busted out, so the cop could drag him out of the car. He was disabled. That one actually did really well. I think I got 300,000 views on that one. But you know, the Scotty Scheffler's only got like 4,000 views. I did one on the Jamie Knoll case recently. It's only got 10,000 views. We went and uncovered a huge thing in Scott County a couple weeks ago, and it only got 10 and 15,000 views. I couldn't believe it because we just uncovered this corrupt government official that was a partner in business in Genco with Jamie Knoll, and me and Tiffany called out his backing in the council meeting, and even got kicked out of the council meeting and everything, and it still barely got any views. People just don't. I think people have gotten to where they expect my cases out of my channel, which is unfortunate because I've always intended to utilize my channel to help other victims and to expose the issues that people might run into when, you know, as an experienced person doing it, I can offer those experiences without it being personal, you know. What?
I'm still happy when I have a 2,000 video and you're talking about hundreds of thousands or whatever.
Well, I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining. I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining. I want to make this clear. But I do have over 62,000 subs, and it didn't get there for no reason. We built that very slowly. I'm almost 4 years in now. I just realized that the other day, or 3. It's 3 years. 3 years in, and I mean, we started from absolute scratch. I had no idea how to even put a video into an editing reel, much less edit a video. I had no idea what I was doing, and I'm still, learning the process. But
I'm definitely trying to get there. For
Speaking
sure.
of editing, can you guess? Do you think Chris does his editing on a phone or a computer?
He used to do it on a phone all the time, so I imagine
I was
he
going to
probably
say
still
the
does, 'cause
phone
that's where
too.
his comfort level is.
Well,
Chris, there's a message from Holler Boy on the screen. I don't know if you can read it. He's suggesting to read out to Meade County previous jailer.
Yeah, that's Troy Seeley. That's the guy that filed the complaints on Scarborough that he faces tomorrow.
Okay.
And Troy Seeley is not only the former jailer, but he was an employee under JJ. He's a whistleblower on JJ, and he is also the brother of the sheriff of my county, the last sheriff here. Troy is Rod Seeley's brother.
Okay.
And I have reached out. So thank you.
I have a show in the morning. I wasn't even intending on coming up, but you guys have kept it fascinating. So,
yeah.
And always thanks for having me. I know it's an open panel, but I always.
There were other big shows going on when I opened up, and I figured no one was coming. Base showed up, and it just skyrocketed once Base showed up.
Sure.
Everybody loves bass. Well, I don't know, but that's I hate to see you leave, Fact, because man, this is my first time I think I've been on a panel with you, and my gosh, has it been a pleasure.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I like his perspective. I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we dig your content, by the way.
Thank you. Well, I mean, not that I didn't. You weren't on my radar, so to speak, but I wasn't a member of your channel. Yeah, when I say member, I mean I wasn't subscribed to your channel. I didn't know very much about it, and of course, GS supported you all. But I've always kept myself, like I said, this is just the way that I do it. I don't pick sides until the sides are determined to be what they are. So, and it's been that way the whole entire time. I'm still trying to figure out what the story is, which is why I ask the questions I ask.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's nice to talk to you.
Yeah, well, you'll see, what we talked about on tonight's panel. You're going to go back and see what we're talking about. I mean, you can go back and review his live streams, and you'll see the document that we're talking about, and you'll hear the bashing of Tiffany and her kids for 3 hours long, and If you go back far enough, you'll hear the argument that we very first had. It was me and the Angry Vet and GS.
Let me interject here. A lot of the videos or live streams have been taken down.
Oh, of course he did.
There were quite a few taken down about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, well, they can be found all over other people's channels too that have been publishing it. Yeah,
You mean live streams where?
Well, they're not live anymore. They're recorded from his live streams. They're Stone Vet's channel, the F3 network. They've been playing a lot of them. I mean, the Angry Vet played some. I actually have a bunch of it. I have everything ripped actually that I'm talking about. I did that for legal purposes.
Privatize them.
Oh, that's a good question. If anybody has
No, I think he actually took a lot of them down from right around Christmas until March 18th when I left.
Really? So
yeah, because I went back looking for specific ones that I know where I said something, and they.
I think I left
there.
about a week later, didn't I, Nickie?
Yes.
I left about
so
a week
he
later.
was removing specific videos before problems occurred with them.
Yeah, he's been planning this for a long time. I think it's probably one of the reasons I felt that way, and that's one of the reasons I did not support him anymore and just decided to go my own way.
I did see through F3 the last few days some old videos where he was going after Kaiser hard.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is F3 Dove?
I think it was all funny. I think it was fake.
Find, Fix, Finish Productions, FAC, is what it's called. Find, Fix, Finish.
Used to be called Stone Vet.
Oh, okay.
You know, and he'd cover a lot of auditors, people in the auditing community, and he wanted to do these high noons. And I just noticed the other day in one of his channels that he was watching his favorite auditor, NH Now, and he actually turned off the stream before they finished watching the video. So that tells me something. That's supposedly his favorite auditor, and he wants his audience to see it. But he didn't really want his. He didn't care. He was talking about other things while NH Now News Now was doing his thing, and he's just talking about other things. So he's not. He never was a 1A supporter in the first place, even though he espoused that he was.
I think that here's what I think. I think that Todd has never stood on a real conviction in his life. I think he's wishy-washy. I think he's a loose cannon. I think he flip-flops. I think he would snitch out his own wife and put her in prison before he would take a heat, or whatever.
Well, a perfect example of that, too, for public safety is he said, just let the court system sort it out, like he still believes that the courts aren't corrupt.
Well, not only that, but here he is destroying the court system with that document on his channel. You know what I'm saying? That's literally going against allowing the courts to work. That's what I'm saying, though. But that's what I was saying. I'm saying GS does not stand on a real conviction about anything in his measly Littlefoot life. And in that, he will stab anyone in the back at any point in time because he stabs himself. When you all said intervention, you were right on. That's exactly what he needs is a mental health interdiction. Mm-hmm. The guy is not healthy. And then I think, I don't know, like when he did certain things, like there were some admirable parts. For example, he came to our court hearing and he was faced with Chad Hobbs, which is the good friend of Ray Whited and JJ Scarborough and a dirty newspaper writer. It's a radio show, but it's actually a Meade County affiliate. And Chad's standing outside giving this nasty little smirk. And we had like 5 deputies that were all allowing my group, the people that were with me to be harassed. and I mean really harassed, disgusting false allegations being made against my friend D, all kinds of stuff. And so D was going back and forth with the person that accused him of being a pedophile. And as he was doing that, you had Chad, who's just loving it with this shit-eating grin on his face. And he's, kind of instigating over there in the corner. So Todd did an admirable thing in that moment. I didn't like his timing because we were trying to get out of there under lawyer's advisement. We didn't want to be arguing. We were trying to separate D from being so upset, from the false allegation. We were trying to leave. But Todd came out and said some solid things. A lot of people are making fun of him for what he said, but they're making fun of him for his actions. Yeah, but
I think it was showboating.
Yes, but listen to me. What he said was admirable. He said these words. He said, I have been with this couple at least 3 times here in Meade County, and they have tried and tried and tried to get you all to stop the harassment against them. And now here one fucking time, someone else claims that they're being harassed and you're out here attacking them. Did I fight for this? Is this what the fuck I fought for my country? He was right. It was admirable in that moment. But then it was all about YouTube. After he did it, it was all about what could he publish on YouTube and who would be the first one to put it up. And he cares about YouTube more than he cares about anything else in this world, is views on YouTube, which to me is disgusting, because I don't think you will ever be successful in anything in life until you're convicted.
I think what you mean to say is till you have conviction.
That is what I meant to say. Thank you.
Not until you're convicted.
Well, until you. So until you have conviction for what it is that you're alleging to stand behind, So where's he at? Well, he's all over the fucking board. He's a combat vet. He's First Amendment auditor. He's a journalist. He's a Kaiser supporter. He's a corrupt official helper. He's a snitch. Like, where does this man stand?
We have all witnessed journalists, quote unquote journalists, who have put out information that wasn't completely correct, be shot down. And I think, again, I sounds very cliche, and I don't mean to sound cliche, but where the truth lies is where it is. So when you poke holes in the truth and someone's truth, that's very powerful. So I mean, I think, I don't know what's happening tomorrow. Apparently there's some kind of hearing or whatever. It'd be interesting to find out what goes on when it happens. But I mean, all the best of luck to everybody. But it seems like there's been a rift in this whole community, whatever the community is, of us all kind of talking and hanging out with each other, and all you hear is a panel where people just yelling and screaming at each other.
Well, I think a lot of channels have come under attack that used to do the panel. The channels that used to do the interactive panels, there's not very many of them doing it right now. And then the ones that are happening are the same ones that have always been there. It just depends on if you've watched them or not, if they hit your algorithm. So if you're catching panels where people are calling each other out and shit, you're going to see more of those hitting your algorithm. But there is a shortage of. I know which panels you're talking about, Fac, and I miss those panels too. There's not very many happening.
Yeah.
Well, and here we got Sarge and Muckster hosting a panel right now that they're not even part of the 1A community. In fact, they might not even like the 1A community.
Yeah, I mean they're very neutral.
1A community on their panel.
I wouldn't really call it First Amendment auditing, but I've done camera work. You can see a lot of videos.
I seen in DC. In fact, you just had one out the other day, which was really cool.
I like the turn lane one.
Both sides.
Yeah, Cliff, actually, Finkel has got some really good auditing videos that he did.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to call him auditing because I'm not
He doesn't
really
call it
looking for
auditing. He's
government.
afraid to call it auditing.
I would say it's videoing
Which is
and
fine.
showing on your right.
He was being an
Yeah.
investigative journalist according to the First Amendment, which was all our rights.
I don't know. I think I got a pretty good hammer down on the definition between journalism and auditing. And I would have to say that the videos that I watched of Sarge, he was definitely testing whether or not the employees knew to respect his First Amendment. It was. Go ahead.
I wasn't targeting employees or police officers or government officials. I was just seeing how people react.
Right, but you ended up getting
That's
reactions
exactly what
from
the 1A community does.
right.
I did it in the format of a typical First Amendment auditor, but it's
Yeah.
more just.
He was
seeing how
a
people-
public auditor.
Well, hold on a minute. Weren't you at like a maybe an air base or something like that? It was some kind of place with multiple gates.
There's a few places. The Fort Belvoir is one. Oh, you're talking about the National Guard base over in Arlington, next door to the training center for the State Department.
Yes, and you made multiple videos because you went to multiple gates after having an encounter that wasn't perfect. And I
gave me a cheeseburger. All I wanted was a cheeseburger.
but I think you did a really good job, and I call that one an audit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would call that one an audit because
That's
you
what
know
we call.
you ran into an issue with one of the guards, and then you tested the rest, and it that was actually really well done.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Cliff asked me, when are you gonna go back out? So I have done some of it, but it's been a good mixture of just trying to figure out. I said this the last time, and Muckster was like, "What? I think your voice is a baritone." Is that what you said? But I'm still trying to find out what it is that I like to do consistently. And right now in North Carolina, because of what we don't have, which is body worn camera footage that is public records. That's where my interest is. So I'm starting to target sheriff's departments and what they do and whether they have camera footage and whether complaints have come in and whether they have it documented and whether it's pertinent, those kind of things. So that's kind of the direction I'm going. And then, of course, having had a show with Generally Specific and now him not wanting to do it, now I have frequently asked questions with Fact
Which
Madness.
was never aired on your channel, by the way. Never aired on your channel.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, it is
so
now.
you never were acknowledged for that.
Yeah. Well.
He wasn't helping you. You were helping him.
Well, listen, I'm going to say this fact. Anytime you want to do anything collaboration with me, me and Tiffany would be pleased to have a collaboration with you or two or more.
Sure. Right. I'll reach out for sure.
He's sort of branching off and focusing on DCS.
Sure.
Mux has recently turned me on to a channel that's run by a lawyer, and he doesn't go out there with the camera himself, but he gives his legal opinion on other situations. Usually, it's something like what's the guy's name, Muckster?
Is it Southern Draw Law?
Is that?
No, I know who you're talking about. I like him too.
I do too. I hope his channel grows quickly.
Civil rights lawyer.
Yeah, he's great. You're talking about John Bryant.
Yeah.
I actually, his partner was gonna be my attorney against KSP in the very beginning, Chris Wiest.
Hang on, Chris. Cliff, are you reading the comments?
I'm sorry?
Okay. Well, that is a lot of hate, Cliff and Nickie.
Is it?
I
don't think we were saying anything hateful.
What I miss? Bruce would
be very proud, huh? Huh.
Bruce was a Roman senator.
Hey, Sarge, wasn't I on your channel saying they shouldn't be going after his military service?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When they were going after GS on his military service, I said I don't think they should be doing that. I don't have any question that he served in the way that he said.
You've maintained that all along.
Yeah.
But And I also didn't
yet I'm
necessarily
Brutus.
question his service. But I think here's the thing. If Generally Specific wanted his 2 cents in this panel, then his ass would be up here still. Don't let him troll your mind with the comment section.
I'm wondering how far
Well,
behind
it just
he is,
bothers
because
me
I
that he
haven't heard
lies.
I haven't heard Nick or Cliff say anything. It's mostly facting for public safety. So I'm wondering how far behind he is in the video.
He might be quite a ways behind, I guess. Yeah.
So he might be.
No, no. I think
I'm
he's
gonna
talking
clarify.
about the fact that we were saying that the FAQ with Fact the Madness was only on his channel.
That was quite a while ago, wasn't it?
Well, that
No.
was just factual, though. None of those Fact the Madness shows were ever done on Fact the Madness channel. That's factual.
Right.
That's not being a Brutus.
And I'm going to clarify for everyone that Old Finkel said Nick or.
Oh.
What did I say?
Somebody. But anyway, that was a joke, but
it was an inside joke. It means that I got put first and not Cliff.
Okay. I'm very
Usually,
I'm tired.
usually it's Cliff and Nickie, but you
Was that the
put
way that-
Nickie first.
no. I think Finkel realizes what I'm saying, and Nickie, with you're so wholesome that you are. You're not really getting what I'm saying, but Finkel
it
gets
took me a
what
minute, but I think it's similar to there's a troll out there who super chatted Kaiser, and his name is Nick Space Gurr. And
Gotcha.
the idea was for Kaiser to read it out loud. And when you read that real quick, it's like Mike Hunt.
Yeah,
There's
or
a few others out there.
Lou Skunt.
Yeah,
or
or
Peter Payne.
Yeah, I don't think Craig has ever actually shit on Generally Specific, even though Generally Specific said he did.
I didn't realize Chris had
in
left.
one of his.
When those words start getting tossed around, I'm gone. No, I accidentally dropped.
Well, I don't like what Mr. Gurr was trying to get us to say, and I didn't mean when I put Nickie or Nickie. Yeah, I said that's okay. All right.
Can I just say you guys were?
I get what you're saying, in fact, but I didn't mean that at all.
Can I just say you guys were all pissing me off because you were ignoring what I was saying while I was muted. God damn it!
Oh. Oh shit!
Well, Muck, we tried to read your mind, but
stage.
I think GS is watching real time now because right after his previous questions, he's asking Craig. Is that fact? Fact
yeah.
Let me do that for Craig. Craig did say he had some internet issues, and that's the reason why the shows were on GS's channel. But it doesn't mean that. Well, I'll let Craig speak for himself. I mean,
so
I'm the one that said all the shows were on your channel, Generally Specific. So how really did he help you? Were you helping him in any shape, manner, or form? Really?
Well, so let me also say something.
Craig.
Let me also say something to this effect as well. Like, I think GS. So I believe that I have given credit where credit is due with regards to the types of things that he and I created together with the show. So we talked about what we talked about outside of the show, and we came up with what we were going to do. We learned with each other how we were going to do it. So I don't know what record there is to set other than the fact that, yes, it was hosted on him. He had the resources, so to speak, to produce the show. And Cliff, you have mentioned it, but setting the record straight, I don't know what he means. Does he want me to say, no, actually what happened was da-da-da-da? I mean, everybody knows that he had StreamYard, put the link out there, and it was on his platform. And then what he told me, what Generally Specific said was, eventually I would like for the property to become yours, But then this is what happened. I came on Finkel's show and said something to the effect of whatever I said, and he got upset. And one day I said to him, I said, I'm going to be a little bit late. This is exactly what happened. I'm going to be a little bit late. Let's push it back to like 10:15 or whatever. And he said, it's all yours now. And then 2 days later, he said, the reason why I'm doing this is because you didn't show your loyalty and this and blah, 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 blah. So I mean, yeah. So that's to me the way it happened. And so, now I have the show, I do the show, and I just moved forward. All of the other bullshit which came about from all the DD214, all that stuff. I mean, that's to me secondary. We had a show together and we did what we did, and he decided that he didn't want to do it anymore. So be it.
Right.
I'm not mad at him. He moved on. So
that's and you know what? Here's the fact.
Could I just throw in this one little comment?
Sure.
To the guy who says he has a 170 IQ or whatever it is. Soul, what was that? Soul, you said there, soul intellectual property or whatever. Yeah, SOUL is that imaginary thing that you fake Christians have. SOLE is when you say things like sole proprietorship. There.
And you've been convicted.
Stephanie, was it Stephanie? No.
Yeah, Stephanie is your wrench in here. Yes.
Doc Kiwi. Okay.
And somebody, or he,
actually,
can I not see his comment?
We shared facts thing earlier. People try to pay attention.
Well, and here's the truth too. He could have streamed it onto both of your channels that whole time. Did you hear me?
I'm sorry, what?
He could have streamed that onto both of your channels at the same time this whole time.
Oh, we are streaming to Based. He never disconnected. We can disconnect to Based ones.
No, I was saying GS could have done that with fact shows the whole time. He could have been streaming it onto both channels.
Yeah, but he didn't.
That's true. I don't know if we're talking about the same timing, but one night, Muckster, myself, I can't remember who else was on. We were just doing our usual, hey, everyone come and connect, talk about whatever. And FAC came on and offered to moderate. And I'm like, why? Moderate what? I later found out that while that was happening, Generally Specific was doing some kind of show where he was expecting me to come. I had no idea this show was going on. And I when I saw that, I took it as, since I wasn't coming over there, because I didn't know what's going on, that you were offering to moderate that. But when I saw you, when we were talking, I had seen just a few days before him claim that if we see you on his channel, we're going to disavow you, not have anything to do with you. And I thought it was weird. A few days later, I saw that you guys had a falling out. And I don't know the whole story behind your falling out, but I'm like, is it because he saw you on our channel? I don't know.
So Muckster, I don't know who's controlling the comments, but the previous comment that was just up, can you put it back on, please?
I don't know what it was.
From Generally Specific. It said not 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Not that one. It said not 100%. He said that I offered.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So now maybe this may be something that, because this happens very often, and I've heard I think I've heard Olsar say this. A lot of times Todd will read or hear something and he hyper focuses on a very small portion of what the entire situation is. So what he is saying is that when I was on the show, and in fact, you just touched on it, Old Sarge, that I offered to moderate something between Tab and all those people. I wasn't saying that I wanted that to be on my show and then we would do this. Basically, what I was saying was all of the strife that I had been hearing didn't seem like anything was getting where people were, I did my military service and this, and then Tav, the way he is, and I'm saying Tav as in the angry vet, they were just not getting anywhere. So I said, why don't we just have it where I could be a person, my calm, cool, collected person that people say that I am, would keep everybody from being this hostile group against each other. That's really what I was saying, and it was just as an aside. So it's not that I was trying to make it happen that way. Anyway.
That's why I took it at the time, but I had no idea that while that was going on his channel, he was running a show, and it seemed, I watched it later, it seemed like he was waiting for me to come respond to something. And I thought, I could be wrong, but it felt like he was trying to convince his audience that we'd arranged that I was going to come up and talk, and I wasn't coming. But
that night, the particular night that, and I don't remember exactly what happened. I do remember that because, and this is something, in the very beginning when I first started doing shows or anything, Todd would say, let me know, and Cliff has said this too, let me know when you're going to be on so I can support. Okay, fine. And then I would come on, or I'd put something out there, and I wasn't sure whether to premiere it or to just put it out there. All these different things. I just am learning what to do. And so I just basically said, I'll fit in where I can, because Todd was putting out a whole lot of content. And anytime that you would try to go live or do anything, basically you'd be kind of, doing it during the same time that he would be doing it. So I just said, I just try to figure it out. I said that as an aside or jokingly, but I kind of started determining for myself that, I would just put shows out, and I don't necessarily have to premiere every single one of them. And it just started to work out. But, I've never really done it in a way that I was trying to over talk his shows or not give him credit for the fact that we were doing something together. And all I'm saying is that I never was trying to do anything more than have us both be able to talk on a show and not have to worry about me downing his side or vice versa. We could figure it out in a way that was amicably received by everybody. And you can't please everybody, so maybe that was the wrong approach. I don't know. Anyway.
Todd's the type of person that you need to step directly on his teeny tiny little fucking foot, and you need to just tell him the truth. The truth is, Todd, nobody likes your fucking channel. The only reason people are watching is because you're getting blasted right now. Very well deserved, by the way. And as soon as people stop blasting you, it's going to drop back down to where it was, where you're going on and on and on and on and on about dumb shit for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours at a time, and you're hogging up all of YouTube. If you think that you're going to find a partnership that's going to work around your bullshit, that people that really create productive YouTube channels, they're not out to make YouTube. They're out to do something and put it on YouTube. That's the part that he'll never figure out. He thinks that he's going to be YouTube famous. He's like the lead singer of a band that can have no other members, but he doesn't write any songs.
Oh, okay. The night I'm talking about, I can't find the live stream now, but it was something about zebras
and stripes.
Those are
let
the
me throw this in there. GS, I'm not going to highlight your comments anymore. If you got so much to say, come back and say it. And I will keep Chris quiet if you want to go back and forth with FAC a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I would like for him to hash that out with FAC.
Can you have more than 6 people on the panel? Because I'll jump down if
we can have 10.
Come up.
Our limit's
we can have 10.
Okay.
In reality, I'm going to go ahead and take this time to jump down because I am well past my pumpkin time.
We love you, Nickie.
You're the only thing worth
Nickie.
looking at up here.
Nice to hear your voice again, Nickie. Take care.
Take care, FAC. Thank you, Muckster and Old Sarge, for allowing me up here. And Chris and Cliff, I'll just talk to you whenever.
Sounds good,
Okay.
Nikki. You have a good night.
All right. Bye.
Well,
We'll see you,
that means
Nickie. You know you're always
we're going to
welcome
be
back.
subversive. We don't want to be subversive, so we're not talking later.
This is one of those times where I agree with Mr. Specific. I'm going to go to bed too.
Amen.
So I don't know if Muckster wants to keep the stream going or not, but do you want me to click end stream or do you want me to click leave studio? I can go either way.
I'll keep it going for a while.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. We still are streaming to Based. I don't know if he wants us streaming to him or.
Well, whenever I end the stream, everybody will disappear. So.
Okay. Well, I'm going to disappear in 3, 2, 1.
Good night, Sarge.
Good night.
Good night, Sarge.
Yeah, I'm not going to last. Yeah, he's still there. He lied.
God, I thought he'd never leave.
I'm not going to be much longer either. I'm past my bedtime too. I've been staying up late every night for like 2 weeks. It's not healthy. Tomorrow is David Lowe's trial. I don't think it's a big one. I think it's another pre-trial. But I'm excited to see what happens in it because it might get dismissed tomorrow, is what I'm expecting. And if it does, that's going to be a big deal for the channel because, I covered all of that stuff with Clark County and the jail and the women that were, word I can't say on YouTube. And it's unreal how slow the justice system is in working out. Like you were saying, fact, when the justice system does work, it is really slow. And that is really bad for people who are being falsely accused or in jail.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's the way it works.
So, I mean, that pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, David is a good example too. That poor kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Herod was trying to force him into a false admission. Literally banging things around and throwing things at him, trying to force him to make an admission that wasn't true. And his entire reputation has been completely destroyed all this time. It's been 3 years. And, he still hasn't even had his final pretrial.
I think those interrogation techniques should have been outlawed, or I don't think they were even policy approved.
Oh, no, that was Herod. He doesn't do anything by the law. That's not the way they really work. But, that was a good example of how it does work when people aren't watching,
Yeah.
I have always, and I know it takes certain things for people to gain appreciation for certain other things. And you were talking about faith in the system and those kind of things. And I know that there are tons of people before me, and you guys may be aware of the type of subject matter that I have for quote unquote my podcast, Freedom Speaks Podcast, which talks about the last lynchings that have occurred in each state. But the justice system had to do what it was capable of doing over periods of times, and it gets better and better and better. And the more that people dig into the types of things that they need to, they have to rely on the system that exists. And sometimes there's corruption. There's plenty of corruption. People have exposed corruption out there, and they recognize now, oh shoot, what do I have to do when this portion is broken, but I have to use all of the other pieces to accomplish what it is. So I recognize your plight, and I know that you're trying to accomplish it in a certain way, and best of luck to you. And it just reminds me of what has happened in the past and what we all have to look forward to in the future, and why it's important.
I don't believe it's ever gotten better. I think it's gotten worse.
Sure.
Well, I look at it all together, like with what you cover, FAC, and and what we're doing, exposing the corruption. I look at it as one big machine, and what I'm doing is maintenance, and what you're doing is recognizing the entire machine as one.
Sure.
So exposing corruption, which I had a talk with one of the police officers here today about this, he was the first cop that ever said to me, "Thank you for your service." And I was just like, wow, like I say that to government officials who, and I don't mean that, to down veterans. It's a different kind of service, but it was really cool for him to say, "Man, I appreciate what you're doing," and it was not ad libbed. It wasn't in front of a camera. It was truly heartfelt, meant under the circumstances. And he was like, "Man, what you're doing is just as much needed as what I'm doing." And he said, because I told him, I said, my plight with my channel is to help you weed out the bad apples. And that's really all there is to it when it comes to exposing corruption. It's just not easy to weed them out. These are hard fixes in some cases. So, I mean, I tend to lean towards the really broken stuff. I mean, I feel like with my subscriber base and the support that I have, it's only fair of me to take on the bigger challenges. Sometimes I bite off more than I can chew, unfortunately, but
Well, you
but yeah,
were mentioning it earlier. You were mentioning earlier that your base started off with the types of things that you began to do in the very beginning, right? And so, do you feel like stuck in that storyline, because things have evolved in so many different ways, right? Beyond that, from the very beginning.
Oh no, I feel overwhelmed with the multitude of directions it's gone. It was a lot easier to maintain when there was only a couple of cases to cover.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now it's kind of like, Jesus, what do I do next? I could literally do 10 videos about each subject that's available without seeking anything new right now. And that actually causes more troubles for me running the channel than when it's functioning smoothly, which is, hey, this thing had a little movement. Let's talk about it. Let's do a video. That was easy compared to what I've got now.
Yeah. Well, I had with the Freedom Speaks podcast, which is something I tried to do some time ago. And I just put it out there because, I was doing a number of different things. I'm like, I have this, I might as well put it on and people can take it or leave it. And people were asking me, when are you going to do the next state, or what's the next state going to be? And I was like, wow, I guess there is some interest. And mind you, interest for what I'm doing currently is only so small, which is another thing that I'm reminded of. GS and all of us, we don't really own that much of the internet as far as YouTube is concerned. Sometimes it's very, very, very small, and we are not
tiny
heroes. We are not the heroes in this story. It's the Constitution. It's the person who we highlight, the story that we highlight. So sometimes I think we just have to step back and not take so much credence into our own being, but what the actual story is and what the actual issue is.
Yeah, you've got to be.
That's really good advice for all of us, including GS. Yes,
you got to stand behind the thing that your conviction is for, and that's what it's all about. That's what I was saying. You're hitting the nail on the head with what I was trying to say earlier, Fac. You said it somewhere eloquently than me, but yeah, I mean, you got to remember that what your focus is the thing that you're doing. It's not about your views. It's not about your subs. It's not about YouTube. It's about putting it on YouTube so that you can grow the audience to understand the problems or the thing that you're trying to put out there,
Amen. Well, gentlemen, I really do appreciate you guys having me on and talking with you guys. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to for public safety that often, but I will reach out to you guys, and all of our coins will fall where they fall, but I do have to get up in the morning and do work. In fact, there's a person who I've been in that community. I do sell eBay. Her name is Back from Burnout, but she reached out on my channel and she's doing stuff in the background, but I just wanted to give her a shout out. But we'll start it off another day.
Nice. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to bring you up maybe in the members if it makes you more comfortable or something, and highlight what you're doing.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You guys have a good night. Take care.
You got it, buddy.
Good
night.
Thanks for coming.
Good to see you, Fac.
Yep, you too. Peace.
Well, what do you think about all this mess, Muckster?
What mess?
you know, the whole mess with generally specific and Kaiser and JJ and
Well, you
the
know,
F3.
I follow it a lot less than everybody else that was here. Like I said, I think as far as GS, he has shown that he actually was a veteran. I still think some of his stories a little weird. I don't agree that he was combat injured, but you know, what do I care about that? My problem with him is mostly as a human being. Kaiser,
Well,
I
to be
think
fair,
you
he's
just
he's
go
never
jump
really
into a
claimed to
fire
be.
someplace.
He never really claimed to have been injured in combat. I know that
He
that's out
makes it.
there
He says
in the
he
atmosphere,
said no. He said exactly how he did get it. That it happened in that training, but then he said something along the lines of, "It's just like a combat injury." It's like he actually said it's a combat injury that I didn't get in combat.
Well, and I
Training.
think the point was, though, this is what the point was. It's getting steered. I think he appreciates that it's getting steered. I'm not going to let it get steered. I'm going to keep it on track. The point that everyone had was that he was making it out a certain way until he got called out and had
Yeah.
to prove it. You know, that is the personality of Todd, and I think that's where Muckster was going with it. I want to continue hearing what you got, Muck.
That's basically what I was saying. That I've known people like him before. They like to give the impression. Yeah, he might go back and parse his words and say, "Oh, that's not what I said," but he knew the impression he was giving people. I won't say he's as bad as Kaiser for that, because he actually did serve. He actually did get out of basic training and advance somewhat, but yeah, he tries to blow himself up too much. I don't like he's so pompous. And now that I realize he's a midget, I understand it. You know, he's got that whole Napoleon thing going on. I've run into an awful lot of them in my life, and I still wish he'd shave because he's making bearded fat guys look bad. But yeah,
what about his treatment of friendships?
See, I have no direct thing on that. I couldn't even understand half what you guys were arguing about because you're just yelling. And so, I mean, he just doesn't seem like much of a worthwhile person in anything like that. But I don't know about all his friends and stuff.
I just think he has a habit of burning bridges for no reason. I still don't understand the reason behind why he went off on all of us.
He also does not seem. He also does not seem to understand plain English a lot of times. I've noticed he will say things that he's interpreting what other people say, or he's interpreting what he reads. That isn't what I thought the person was saying.
Yeah, he does read things a different way. And he's
How about
always looking for the negative, I think.
Oh, yeah. How about his the way he talks about women and other races?
Well, like I said, that's the personal stuff that I do not like about him. But as far as the veteran stuff, I accept it. Especially after MSG looked at the 214, and said it all looked legitimate, but that there were like clerical errors. But he even said that it seemed to be mostly what Todd had been saying. I don't know why he just didn't put all that to rest a long time ago, but I guess that's his thing. Yeah, I would like to see him, and I know he's listening. I would like to see him make real apologies to some people. Specifically, I mean, I don't think Josh and them really care too much, but I really don't like the way he talked about Jeff with the whole meth thing.
Yeah.
Jeff was literally blown up in service of his country. And he just seemed to go after Izzy. I don't know if it's just because she's a woman or because he saw her over there at SV, so automatically she became an enemy. And, Izzy is such a fantastic person.
Just a sweetheart.
Yeah.
I mean, everything I've seen, I don't know her well, but I've, seen her in chats. I've seen her on panels. I've watched her shorts, and it's all like everything's just so innocent,
Well, she. Okay, I don't know how you mean by innocent.
Well, she doesn't seem like she's out there trying to hurt anybody's, reputation or anything. Like she's not.
Yeah.
She's not trying to damage anyone. I think she's just seeing what everyone else is seeing, and maybe has her perspective, her opinion.
I from what, because I've talked to her a bit and stuff, and the way I see Izzy is she's like me in the respect that what you see here is what you would see out in the real world. She's not putting on any airs. She's not trying to be what she isn't,
What do you think, Muck, about him, that video he did to Tiffany and the kids?
I never actually saw it. I have not watched a lot of his stuff. It's like Sarge was saying earlier, when Sarge would talk about Kaiser and him a lot, me and the other two guys both were like, oh my God, not this again.
I know. Yeah, you didn't like getting stuck in that rut. And it's hard not to talk about Kaiser. I think what'll happen is, I think what's happening needs to happen to cleanse everyone of society of Kaiser. That's what Alabama's legal system was set out to do, was to clean society up by killing him. And there was a clerical error.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Boy, he's just ranting and raving in the chat right now.
That's okay. I will.
Wow.
I'll say this. I liked that tonight happened. I think it could have been a better discussion. But like one of my things with Finkel obsessing on those two channels is, I do not want to be that channel. I don't want to be the anti-Kaiser, anti-generally specific or anything channel. I want us to just be us. So, I mean, what happened tonight is what I would like to see a lot of times, just, have people come in here and discuss, but I don't want us to be focused on anything like that.
And
let me say this too about the First Amendment, because whenever someone brought up before about, they said, I think it was Cliff said he doesn't even know where Sarge and Muckster stand on it. I'll say this about it. I never have gone out and been a nerd with a camera. Just kidding about that. But I've been supporting the entire Bill of Rights since before it was cool. I've had my own
Me too.
fights with government agencies and stuff like that. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, I
not
think
a lot
that
of people understand the Constitution or even have read it. So
Oh,
I'm
God,
happy to
I know.
hear that you have, Muckster.
Don't get me started on the fact that people who are high school graduates cannot even tell you that's 3 branches of government.
Right.
I could strangle people when they go, well, let's see. There's Congress and the Senate. And it's like right there, I just want to shoot them because, first of all, Congress includes the Senate, and that's one branch. Anyway.
I think that once Kaiser is put back in prison at the very least, and in this society, as generally specific would say, the people in his orbit have been cleansed of his evil. Like once he's gone, I think that things will go back to the calm, cool, what you're used to, what everyone had. And, because I know for one, once Kaiser's gone and that platform's not available to the corrupt official JJ, what I'm going to have,
Oh,
what I'm
we're
going to be
spiders
focused on,
weaving webs.
what I'm going to be
We're
focused on,
spiders weaving.
Cliff, what I'm going to be focused on
ahead.
is going back to making the exact same content for my channel that I was before. And I'm sure that everyone else intends on going back to running their channels the way they did before they were being attacked by Kaiser's cult members. And you get these particular power players, like I'll give GS that too. He turned out to be a power player for Kaiser. And every once in a while, somehow that evil little piece of shit, that evil, worthless little jobless twit murdering thief somehow ends up with these power players like JJ, the government official, Todd, the super secret spy squirrel snitch, the two-sided play both sides of the coin. You got, the group that goes in behind the scenes and hacks people's emails and utilizes the doxed information to do damage to people behind the scenes. You got the ones that are calling Department of Child Services on everybody. Those power plays that they've put together in that cult are the thing that is just, it's like a cancer to anything in its orbit.
Well, and
And I
government
think,
officials have been doing it for a long time, and I think they learned from the government officials that have been doing that to the 180 community in general. So,
well, that's fine, Cliff,
Kaiser
but what's
just
happening is
took it to another level.
it's in Kaiser's orbit, is what I'm trying to say. All the channels that I'm around for sure, because he's obsessed with me and Tiffany, and then of course, the ones that publish and expose Kaiser, he's going to have his group attacking them. So what's happening to someone like Muckster is all around him is this cancer that he can't seem to get away from. And it's not.
Muckster's been avoiding cancers and spiders for a very long time.
Right. I know. And I know you,
I can
and
believe
I
it.
don't mean it just, I just meant to use you as an example, because there are hundreds of thousands of people that are either running away and trying to avoid it to the best of their ability. That's why my channel tanked. And then you have the other group who are committed to just ridding the cancer. And then you have the ones that are around them that are loyal to that group that are just, the real victims, which is you're just trying to live your life. You're trying to enjoy your channel. You're trying to enjoy your friendships. And every day you have to put up with some bullshit that's being brought by that fucking little piece of shit twit, murderous thief living with his mommy who's never had a job. The one time he got a job, he robbed his employer, and he murdered a veteran. That's like, we got to get rid of him. That's the deal. He needs to go. He needs to get back in the prison system where he belongs.
It just amazes me how many people will go there and follow somebody like that.
I know.
Well,
and do his
birds of a
bidding.
feather flock together.
Yeah, it's really messed up that they'll do his bidding. Like when he says, hey, I got an idea. Go to, 2 hours away from where you live and follow these people around and hack their phones or cut their security wires and, fly drones into their vehicle in their yard. And, he does this shit with his little Discord group, and they do it. They do what he wants.
Hey, Muckster, do we still have Fact the Madness in your basement?
No. He
oh, okay.
He put a thing in private chat over there. He said, "I'm trying to leave." I guess he was hitting the wrong.
I've done that before, and then I X out when I didn't mean to, like earlier.
Yeah.
When you all were in here saying racist words. All right. Well, I'm gonna hop out of here, man. been such a pleasure. I appreciate you being patient with me being pissed off, Muck. I take it as seriously as I feel like I'm supposed to, being that, you know, whether or not I'm innocent is still I'm still in the same situation that I'm facing these very seriously, you know, it's serious. Like anytime you got a government pressing charges on you, it's serious.
Can I go way off topic here before we've lost a lot of audience before everybody leaves now? I'm not a religious man, but anybody who is, Caphalia, his wife is on a ventilator in the hospital, and they signed a DNR on her today. So if you believe in prayer or you just want to have good thoughts for him and his family.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll pray on that all night.
And stuff like that kind of puts a lot of this other stuff in perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It does. Yep.
We need to value our lives better. And I mean, I still think that we have to keep our society clean and rid of the people who hurt others. And, you know, we just got to do that maintenance thing from all perspective. Anything that can be damaging, we got to keep it clean.
Yes, I would be very happy to see Kaiser serving life or sitting on death row in Alabama.
Well, it might happen soon. Yeah. He's definitely putting himself in that position for sure. He was already there, but he's really pushing for it to happen tomorrow. So, you know, and then speaking of tomorrow, you know, maybe those wheels are starting with JJ's, you know, as simple as that sounds, just a simple conviction on record, even if it's not criminal, with his YouTube channel partner that he's gotten so much power from, you know, that's a big stepping stone for him to get hit with something on the government record. That could be the block of foundation that comes out that just topples everything. And I pray that it is. I guess we'll see tomorrow, you know, how that turns out.
Yep.
But thank you for having me up. Cliff, you know I love you. Muck, love you too, buddy.
I love you too.
And then, good night, guys.
Tell Tiff I'll see her Saturday whenever you leave town.
You got it. Yeah, well, she'll be out of town tomorrow. You know, maybe you should go and what's it called? Chaperone. Once you chaperone her to the party so Todd doesn't try to beat her up. Good night, guys.
We'll see you.
Good night. You know, you were talking about, I think you were on the panel too the other night. I think you were talking about legacy. That legacy lasts a lot longer than something else. What was it?
Oh, somebody had brought that up, but I didn't quite like their terminology for what it was like. What was it? It was like, what would you rather have, legacy or perpetualism or something like that? And I really didn't
or to be remembered. Yeah.
Yeah. And I said, I think everybody wants
Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want that kind of legacy. Yeah. And I think about that a lot, especially when we're aging, right? And the older we get, we think about what are we leaving behind for our kids, our grandkids, our great grandkids. And I want to make sure that that we start using our Constitution again. And that's because if we don't have the principles of that Constitution and the Bill of Rights intact, where they're being honored, there's nothing. There's no longer freedom in this country.
I totally agree.
And I think just fighting for it, whether we achieve it or not, at least we're trying to do something for posterity, so to speak. And I think
You
that's
know,
pretty important.
one of my favorite quotes, I know you'll have heard it, but it's something that I think if we ever really had it, we've been losing it, is the I disagree with what you have to say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that is important.
That's the
Even if you don't agree, you have to give
it's more
people their
important.
their right to speak. Yeah.
Yep. It's
Hmm.
more important when you disagree. Um,
Yep.
you know, there are so many people around now who talk about things from the First Amendment, like freedom of speech, freedom of religion. But what they really believe in is your right to say what I agree with, your right to practice the same religion I do, you know? And that's
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty polarizing. Yeah.
I
No,
I
and they
can
are individual rights. And you were talking about the three branches of government. And I always say this too about, we've got the legislative, we've got the executive, and we've got the judicial. And I say to keep all of them in their own lanes, doing their own thing to create that balance. The fourth estate is what is really important, and it's in the First Amendment, and that is press. We need to have
yep.
an independent press that's not controlled by the government, that will expose the government when they're doing the wrong things. And I think the First Amendment auditing community are testing those boundaries, and that's why they get my support. I think they're the only media that we really have left that just shows the camera in an objective way. The cameras don't lie, and I don't think our mainstream media has been doing the job. Journalism, a lot of people say, is dead, and I think our only hope is to make sure that other people get out there with cameras and try to expose whatever's going on. And
Let
I think
let
they could
me
do it in a little bit more
oh
judicious
yeah.
way,
Yes, there's a lot of them
without
I do
bias.
not agree with their methods. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, let me say this to the few people that might still be listening, by the way. Speaking of freedom of the press, a lot of people I think do not understand that when that was written, they were not talking about newspapers. At the time when they said freedom of the press, they literally meant the printing press, as far as people
Yes,
being able to print up flyers and signs and distribute them. So today's
right.
version of taking flyers around to announce things is the camera that everybody carries in their pockets and putting it on YouTube or wherever else you put it. That's
Yep.
very much
And
what
it
they
is an
were in
individual
favor of.
right. It's not just the big news channels, right?
Yep.
It is an
Yeah.
individual right. All of those rights, the five elements of the First Amendment, are individual
I,
rights.
I think I
Yeah.
think Genius is saying what the same thing that I was just thinking a little bit ago. That yeah, media has become too commercial. That's what like I was going to say. A lot of people say like the press is in the pocket of the government. I don't really
Yeah.
believe it's like that, but I think they are
It's
so
corporations.
afraid of offending advertisers. So
Yeah.
it kind of looks
Corporations.
like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then the corporations and the advertisers also control our politicians, and they control
Oh
our
yeah.
government. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So I agree
So
with
that's
you.
how the mainstream media has been controlled that way.
All those people running around with their cameras, and by the way, if anybody here is doing 1A auditing, as we say, or is considering it, please do your old buddy Muckster a favor and get a fucking gimbal.
Yeah. We don't want to see the shaking going on.
Yeah.
I do that enough with my tremors. Yeah. And make sure you have money to get yourself out of a bind. Um, and make sure you have an attorney on retainer, ready to go, because it will happen to you.
That's something the Angry Vet is trying to work on with the nonprofit that he's
Scars.
creating. Yep.
Yeah.
He wants to have free legal advice available. And how you doing, Grim?
Yeah, well, it's just someone that generally specific is attacked in a very horrendous way that also did not deserve it at all. So.
Yep. And
just,
he that was part of his whole apology thing, and he said, "Oh, and I also do owe an apology to the Angry Vet."
Yeah,
that's not an apology.
What are
A
you
real
apologizing
apology
for?
would be,
What
I
specifically
regret.
did you do?
Right, I regret these things I said. They were uncalled for. That's an apology, not just saying, "Oh, yes, I apologize." No.
Yeah.
And then to back that all up with, but actually, I was responding to what other people said about me first. Yeah, so that's not an apology.
That's not taking accountability for his actions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's getting way past my bedtime too. But it's wonderful being up here with you again. I really like I really like you. I think you're a very honorable person, and I love your sense of humor, and I love when people don't do what they're supposed to do on your panels. You just kick them down in the basement and give them another chance, and if they still don't do, and there's etiquette too to panels. I mean, that Bruno guy was like, wow, interrupting, talking over, not letting people finish.
and then he couldn't understand why I booted him.
Yeah, he'll learn. He'll learn.
I'll tell you, my no, I never had any kids that would acknowledge me. But I worked in a place with a lot of kids. And one of the things I always hated with parents was, like, if a parent would say to a kid, for example, "You can have one cookie," and the kid grabs 10 cookies. And then they go into this negotiation, and the kid walks away with 4 cookies. And to me, all I could think in situations like that is, you know what? In 10 or 15 years or whatever, when this teenager is in high school and you can't understand why, but I told you to be home by 10 o'clock. What are you doing walking in at 1? Well, because you trained them not to know. So basically, that's my thing here. When I say to somebody, look, if you say it again, you're leaving, and they think I'm joking, it's like, no, I'm sorry, you got the one cookie. That's all you get.
Yeah.
I might have tortured the metaphor a little bit, but it's my page. I'm allowed to.
I think it was spot on. No, I think it was spot on. And parents that teach their kids like that, though, I don't know if they're are they teaching them good negotiation skills, or are they teaching them that there's no boundaries?
Yeah, I think they're teaching them that mom never means what she says.
Right. Yeah, that too.
But I was brought up by an old-fashioned mom, so that kind of colors things a bit. But I knew
me too.
I knew my mom meant what she said. And by the way, for any of those people that believe that stuff, I was never beaten either. I hate those people who say, "Well, if I'd have done that, I'd have been bleeding." No. When I was a kid, well, yeah, like in elementary school, like where I live anyway, they still allowed capital punishment in school. And I was paddled in school a couple of times, and I always acted up in school because I always hated authority. But I never got in trouble at home where there was no capital punishment. So
every day at noon, I had to go in for my daily SWAT for Mr. Beagle in elementary school. So
Yeah.
Hello,
But that-
gentlemen.
Oh, sure. Don't say
Hello.
hello to me, you bastard.
Well, I did say hello, gentlemen. You were far, far, far so unimportant in that statement. But hello, Muckster, just to make sure that you feel better, because I can't control your feelings.
How you doing, Grim?
I'm all right, pal. Hiya, Cliff.
Hi. Are you what country are you in? Are you in a different are you in America or
I wish I could stay there, but I had to leave when I came over, unfortunately. No, I'm from Great Britain.
Grim.
Great Britain?
Grim is my brother from another motherland.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We've got a very similar sense of humor, unfortunately.
And if this had all happened on Grim's channel tonight, you'd have seen similar actions.
I've
Oh, it
actually
depends
tried
on
to
whether or not I
watch
want to play.
British comedy shows on TV, and I just couldn't understand the humor. It's just different culture, I think. I don't know.
They do have a different perspective a lot of times on stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not as good as it used to be many years ago when we didn't have PC. Now we've gone PC. It's like
Well,
humor isn't what it should be or what it is. It's been ruined.
I think you guys have also Americanized a little bit because of the internet and stuff like that. I think you guys understand us a lot more than we understand you because we're American. We just don't care.
Exactly.
Well, we've been kicked out of every. Americans have been kicked out of every good country in the world. So it's like that's why we're all here.
every good country in the world and England.
Well, yeah, I'd agree absolutely with that statement. England, you're still in bloody Scotland, and you're still in Wales.
Yeah, that's like when people talk about they use the Puritans as a model. They're the ones that they came here because of religious freedom. No, they came here because they were so stuck up that even the English couldn't put up with them. And they didn't believe in religious freedom. They believed in their thing. But yeah,
if it wasn't for the British, you wouldn't have the Constitution. And the funny thing is we don't have a Constitution.
Oh.
But your Constitution is absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Well, if we used it, it would be, yeah.
You've just got to protect it. There's some people who know who understand that, and there's some people who just like winding people up.
The old saying. The old saying is along the lines of we've got like the worst possible government in the world, except for all the others.
Yeah. I always said that, when the Iraqis were trying to put their constitution together, I said, we should just give them ours. We're not using it right now anyway. So, but no, I think we should use it. I think it is the greatest, one of the best documents ever written.
Yeah, but then you have
even though most, I would say about half the people of the revolution, though, walked out of the Constitutional Convention, said we just fought a war over this stuff, and now we're gonna take it all away. So they didn't like it. So I think that was happening though before the Bill of Rights was put into place.
Well, yeah, they held off on the Bill of Rights so they could get the Constitution passed because they knew it wasn't going to get the votes, and so then they put it in after.
Yeah, I think it was one of the representatives from New York that did that. I can't remember his name right now, but his name should be pretty well known in American history, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have the Bill of Rights in our Constitution. So, I wish I could remember his name right now, but I can't.
Well, you think of that one, and I'll just confirm something. At the moment, you've got 50 states, and probably 49 of them are doing their best to put laws into place to restrict the Constitution. And the only reason
Absolutely.
why I say 49 is I can't determine whether Washington, D.C. is actually a state.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Whether it's classed as a state or whether they just want to impose themselves as a state.
No,
I'm only joking about Washington.
That's the reason they call it District of Columbia. Is it's like a national.
No man's land.
It's weird. Yeah, it is.
Let me mention this. Since Grim mentioned we have 50 states. Bravo, because you know how many Americans talk about 52 states.
There's only 52 weeks in a year. I wonder if they're getting.
I think they're thinking of a deck of cards myself, but it's just sad. I hear people say stuff like that.
Well, I had to double check because I heard talking about 52 states. And
when they say 52, they're thinking that Puerto Rico is a state, and it's because they do have delegates, but they're not a state; they're still a territory. And same
you're
way with Samoa
you're giving people too much. You're giving people too much credit because half of Americans don't even think that Puerto Rico is a part of America, including a certain funny-haired former president that we had that I won't mention, except that when he went to Puerto Rico, he told people he was going to be meeting with the president of Puerto Rico. And I don't know if anybody ever went, excuse me, Donnie, but you are the president of Puerto Rico.
How long ago was that? Because
it's when he was down there throwing paper towels at hurricane victims.
That makes a lot of sense.
It wasn't the current president.
No, maybe the one before.
It's the one that was going to use nuclear weapons to stop hurricanes. Or the guy that took the, what do you call those pens? He just redrew the hurricane map or something that time. Yeah, that guy.
Oh, yeah, him. Yeah. You wouldn't be referring to the one that suggested a few years ago to use bleach to reduce the chance of getting the virus.
No, of course not. I wouldn't talk about a former president that way.
It was what they said. Inject yourself with bleach.
Well, just really, really diluted. I mean, really diluted well, though.
Yeah. And from an outside,
Dale mentioned George Mason, by the way. I think he's the New Yorker you were trying to think of.
That's who it was. That's who it was. Yes, George Mason. He was a representative from New York that brought in the Bill of Rights, and it didn't take him long to vote on it either. It was like immediate.
Yeah, but now New York are trying to take away your rights under the Constitution.
Oh yeah, well they all are.
Yeah, no, they're just one of the more vigorous ones that, in my opinion. But from an outsider's point of view, I find this quite amusing. Right, on the 4th of July, we have a general election. You celebrate your independence. We celebrate our third reincarnation. And then,
well, I think I like the way you just said that too.
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Cliff.
I'll let you finish, and then I'll.
Okay. And then I believe on the 5th of November you have the election for the next president.
Well, to be specific, it does fall around there, but it's actually the oh my God, I know this by heart. I was going to say first Tuesday after the first Monday. So it would never fall on the first of the month.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I believe it's around that day, but let's say it's that day.
Yeah.
Right. Let's say it's that because I haven't got a calendar in front of me. It's funny. We celebrate the fact that the only honest politician that ever tried to get into the Houses of Parliament failed, and that was Guy Fawkes, right? And we celebrate Bonfire Night because we're celebrating technically the fact that that did happen, yet you get a new president elected. So your incarceration continues.
Yeah. Well, and I like the way that you said we celebrate our independence, but I contend that I can't give you a percentage, but there's a lot of Americans that just think it's the Fourth of July, and it's just have either an extra day off and have barbecues. But they don't
And
really
that's the sad
understand it
bit.
was Independence Day. They say it's the 4th of July.
At least it's one holiday that they didn't say, oh, we're just going to go ahead and put it on Monday. At least they're sticking to the actual 4th of July.
But it's funny,
Yeah.
Independence Day celebrated it, the film. And people now think it's the day that you stopped all the aliens from coming in.
Yeah. Dale says Fireworks Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fireworks Day, yeah.
I mean, you should, in my opinion, you should celebrate your independence from the rest of the world. Theoretically, because now everybody tends to, or governments tend to follow the lead of America, to a certain extent, except when it comes to rights, which is interesting from my perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the freedom of speech subject to terms and conditions on YouTube, but we don't even have that.
Yeah, we don't. We don't.
It's nice
we
to
think we're
be
free,
able to
but
tell
we
a cop
actually
to
live in
kick
an
your
open
ass.
air prison. Yeah.
As I say, there's so many reasons why I think you should defend your constitution and fight to keep it. And the only reason why I would say I'd be against it is because of the people who are trying to get rid of it. Because they say,
well, there's a lot of
free
people
speech.
that swear an oath to that constitution to protect and defend it, but then it's just a formality to get the job this day and age.
Yeah, but they don't know what they're actually swearing to.
Yeah, because they've never read it. Yeah.
Never read it, never understood it. It stopped being taught in schools in the same way. I mean, children aren't taught their rights under the Constitution. They're taught about the Constitution, but not what it actually means. And that needs, in my opinion, again, looking from the outside in, that needs to be changed, because if the kids don't understand the Constitution when they grow up and they become adults, then they will accept anything that people tell them. And
Well, I think that's done on purpose for a purpose. That's why they're not teaching the children that.
Yeah. Let's keep let's not tell them what it actually means and what their rights are. That way, when they grow up, we can dictate to them what we want.
We can control them because we've already indoctrinated them on conformity. Sit down, shut up, bring police officers into the school and call them heroes, and so everybody believes they're heroes growing up. And any other government official. And just indoctrinate our children.
Well, if you're going to bring,
don't ask questions.
If you're going to bring people in to talk about heroes or to be heroes, bring your veterans in and look after the homeless veterans, because they are the real heroes. Whether they believed at the time what they were doing was right, they had no choice because they were told to. And again, that's all part and parcel of indoctrination. However, they fought literally, and some gave their lives for your freedoms. So that would make more sense to me, so that if the children learned from people who've gone through war, maybe it would stop war or reduce it and make it as the last possible scenario, rather than jump straight into a conflict. and try and take over one way or another under the guise, say, of looking for weapons of mass destruction that never actually existed. Which is what we ended up doing with America invading Iraq, just for the hell of it. We're told it's a war, but it wasn't. It was never a war. It was an invasion, but it was a conflict. The last war the Americans were actually in, where they declared war, technically, was World War II, which is supposed to be the war to end all wars.
Actually, that was World War One.
Yeah, World War One was supposed to do it.
Yeah, but then they had to redo it. You know what Hollywood's like.
Oh yeah.
Yes. We love a sequel.
Yeah. It's not always as good as the first. But in World War One, at least they had, on Christmas Day, both sides decided to stop killing each other and have a day off, and play a game on the minefield. No, it wasn't a minefield. Sorry, it was an open space. Playing football on a minefield was something they did in concentration camps in World War II. That's where
there was a great general
from.
of World War II by the name of Eisenhower who warned about the military-industrial complex. And it did come to fruition. That's the reason why we have wars today, is because the military-industrial complex needs to make their money.
Well, that's what it's all about these days. It's all about money and who wins, who makes the
money. And they control our government.
The arms dealers.
Yep.
Follow the money, folks.
And they're all in bed together because they invest in those, in the military-industrial complex, the politicians. So.
And of course, that is not.
It's corruption.
I was going to say that's not a conflict of interest in any way, shape, or form. If they have stocks and shares in these companies.
Yeah. And I know you're being facetious.
Me?
Yeah.
Never. Just ask Muckster. Well, it's great to be able to have a conversation, Muckster.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, but by the way,
this does beat the drama, that's for sure.
Yeah. Last night I did a show on my own channel for a change, and I played a few songs.
Ariel was telling me about it. It sounded like something I'd love.
I think you need to go back and watch it, because I got accused of changing the rules of the quiz.
Oh.
Well, apparently because I altered the lyrics slightly and the music to disguise where what the original song was, and the original artist or group, because I asked for the name of the group and artist. I gave away one with the group because I did a skit on Wake Up Little Susie by the Everly Brothers.
Everly's, yeah.
But it was funny because most people didn't get it. Eventually one person got it right. But you take a song, you change some of the lyrics, so you can take the piss out of people or somebody else or another panel, for argument's sake, and just let the music go, and you get an original song built by an AI just by changing a few words. It's absolutely fantastic. It's a good laugh.
Yeah.
It's
because
something.
somebody
Yeah,
else,
I've got a friend
because
that makes songs with using AI, and it's pretty interesting.
Oh, I've got a whole list of them that I've done.
Uh,
A whole playlist of them. It is fun.
yeah, and you can't get copyrighted either.
Yeah.
no, exactly.
You know, even if you don't change the
Yeah,
lyrics,
on my
because
outro, on my outro for my channel, I've got an AI song that Tyrants Beware did for me. So it's pretty cool.
I have an intro like just like about 15 seconds of one about me.
15 seconds.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to put a whole song. Who's going to want to
Uh,
sit there every time and listen to a 3-minute song before you
No,
get
no,
to
no,
that
no.
point?
I was thinking, how the hell did the
See,
AI
that's
manage
why
to
I
do
made
15
mine an
seconds on
outro.
you?
That's why mine's an outro, so people can, just listen to it, and
No.
the show's over anyway. So
Yeah, I need to come up with a decent song for the outro. I've got loads of songs, but which ones would I use? But Muckster, you would have enjoyed it. It had music from your generation,
Well, I said to Ariel, I said, it sounds like something I'd have had a lot of fun with. I probably wouldn't have done really well because I'd be sitting there going, "Oh, I should know this. I should know this." But yeah, it sounded like fun. He said it didn't seem to go over really well with people. I said, "Well, we'll have to wait a while, but after a few weeks, let's steal the idea."
It didn't bother me whether it went over with people or not. It was a laugh, and that's what it was.
yeah, it sounds fun to create AI songs. Take.
This is the one that Ariel did about me. It basically is saying, Muckster, don't take no shit.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he does not.
You should have been here earlier, Grim. I demonstrated it quite a bit.
Not like you. Oh, actually, it is. You're the head tyrant.
Yes.
Why? Because he's second in command. He's the one that implements everything.
The other three guys are all nicer than me. So that's my role. I'm the guy that has the boot.
Well, Mellows calls himself Mellows calls himself the head dictator, because it's the tyrant panel. But he forgets that no matter what he calls himself, I'm always the one overall in charge. So people are answerable to me, not to him. And I will play with people at times. But when I've had enough, bye-bye. Fun's over.
Yep. I had somebody tonight that I kicked them backstage 3 times, and I don't want to mention Bruno by name, but the 4th time I just gave him the ban because he was being disruptive.
You mean he was being his normal self?
Exactly, but we were having a real discussion here, about important things, kind of, and it just wasn't the time for him, and he wouldn't get the hint. So
yeah, I think some people just don't understand panel etiquette, though, either. If somebody's talking, you let them finish saying what they're saying. Don't filibuster.
I don't always agree
let
with
them
that.
finish what they're saying. Yeah, and then just let somebody else talk.
Okay, Dale, we'll see you. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, Dale. Nice to meet you again.
He said he'll see you at 6 a.m., Cliff. Well, he said 6. I don't know which. Oh, do you have a show at 6?
6 tomorrow. Wednesday
Evening.
we have a show in the evening, Central Time, 6 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
So
The Vigilance
we're going to have
Committee.
another 1A auditor on our channel. And we're going to show some of his videos and kind of talk about him and give
Who
our
is
little
it that you may?
critiques.
Can you say who it
Leonidas.
is?
Yeah, it's Leonidas. I'm trying to think of the full name. Darn it, I don't have Nickie in the chat to help me with it. But
Yeah.
Lincoln Leonidas.
I've never
He's
heard of him.
an auditor. Yeah, he's a smaller channel, so we're going to try to help build him
Yeah,
up
that's
too.
cool. Yep.
But that's what
some
networking
more
is about.
subs. Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, networking.
So we try to
works.
help the smaller channels, but we also will have larger channels on there that are willing to come on and help us with getting our subscribers up too. So yeah.
Lincoln Square Leonidas. Both Dale
Yep,
and Stephanie
Lincoln
got
Square
the
Leonidas.
came up.
Thank you. I was just drawing a blank. It's pretty late. Thank you, Stephanie. She's my favorite mod on my channel. Just don't tell anybody else that, though.
I'll go farther than that. She is actually my favorite female that's here right now.
She's a pretty good egg.
Yeah, Stephanie is mod on both of the channels, on Finkel's and mine, and I'm a lot more picky about my channel. I have very few mods.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're picky.
Oh, you don't really need a lot. You just need a few good ones that promote your channel and put up links that you want them to put up. And just do the job. She's very good at it.
And that's I was telling someone else who's, well, might as well say Izzy, because Grim, I promised Izzy every time I saw you, I would make sure you remember that you promised to do something with her after you get done with your move and stuff. But
Yes.
anyway,
No, I do actually. Normally, I tell people to stop whinging. However, what I will say is because I've got so much going on at the moment, I do actually appreciate you reminding me. Not that I've forgotten; I've just got other things of a higher priority. But once I move and I get settled in properly, then I'm going to be doing some stuff with Izzy for definite, and probably yourself as well, because you know the background.
Oh yeah,
I appreciate that reminder. I've still got to go subscribe to her. So
yes, dagnabbit.
Yeah, I'm gonna. In fact, I'm gonna do that now, and then I'm gonna go to bed. You guys have a wonderful night.
Okay, Cliff.
Thanks for coming in,
Good to
Cliff.
meet you.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
So yeah, when I get that sorted, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm either going to do it on YouTube or do it away from YouTube and then edit it so that it's part of it is YouTube friendly, but keep the original on the website so people can go and listen to it, because I don't want terms of service really to get in the way.
Yeah.
Because it does sound like a very interesting topic, and to understand why the route that Izzy took could mean that it's going against YouTube's terms of service, potentially. But because you've got the history, it'd be good to have you there as well to help guide me.
Yeah, and I think you'll be fair with editing.
I'm always fair, especially when on that subject that I don't know about. Because
I'm just saying that if it was somebody else who was like saying the same thing, I might say to her, yeah, I don't know, you're giving up a little control by doing that, but I know you'll just do it to make it, good presentation.
Well, I'm definitely not going to be attacking anyone. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Well,
and she won't be about that either.
I'm only really interested in the person and what they've gone through, and to highlight it, because otherwise people aren't going to know about it. I mean, there's serious sides to networking, and there's also certain funny sides to it as well.
Yeah, because I like you're going to reach a whole nother group of people that she hasn't had any contact with yet. And I think a lot of people will be very interested in her story.
I'm hoping so, because I want to get it out there. And if people are prepared to listen, then that's great. If they don't, then they don't have to, I'm a firm believer in, if you don't like the subject, don't ridicule it. Move on. Go somewhere else. But I'll have to seriously think about the best way of doing it, because if I can get it on YouTube, that's better. Because it reaches more people. But if we don't want an audience, we can record it on StreamYard, and then I can just put it up after a little, if I need to do any editing, I can do. But I need to think about whether or not we want the chat in there, because we don't know what that's going to bring and from where as well. But we can always restream it as well, so bring more people in. We could restream it, or you can restream it, Izzy can restream it, and the more we get eyes on it, the better, and ears.
Okay, we'll definitely be putting it on her channel. I say.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said we'll definitely be putting it on her channel afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, say we can do it at the if we're doing it live, then we can restream it live as well.
Yeah.
But I've just got to think about whether or not how we can keep it YouTube friendly.
Yeah. We can hammer that all out. I've been helping her where I can. She doesn't know, and she knew nothing about YouTube up until like a couple of weeks ago, and I've been teaching her how to use the StreamYard and stuff. So,
well, as I say, let's if you can have a chat to her around keeping it YouTube friendly, within the terms of service to a certain extent.
I do not think that'll be a problem with her. Yeah.
I just don't want it being taken down because the bot thinks that the subject matter is wrong, for argument's sake. I'll argue that one slightly differently with YouTube because to me it is news. It is a subject which needs to be discussed. So,
well, it's great because she has a different perspective on it.
Yes, exactly. A personal perspective. She lived it. I didn't live it. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't live it. And it'd be interesting to understand the reasons for the side that she took as well. But I think that is to do with the background. And it's the background which makes, to me, the whole thing interesting. But I also want to try and break it up a little bit so that it's not just talking all the way through. So we'll have to look at ways to break it up, to inject a little bit of humour into it. And maybe some of the songs that I played yesterday might be a way of doing that. But some people won't get it because they're not from the audicing side. But hopefully if they do, they'll take the warning and not go over to certain places. But we'll see how that goes. Or I can just play ordinary songs that I've redone.
Let me hit you with a little bit of this.
In a land of sand and sun, where the desert winds do blow, born not on a camel's back, but in a village hard to know. Izzy was a fearless child, a spark in the night, destined for greatness under freedom's guiding light. She didn't know the stars and stripes, but she felt the call to fight for a freedom that was just a dream for all. Every step she took, every tear she shed, built the path to the land where the brave are fed. Izzy, our warrior princess, a true American soul, fighting for a country she would one day call home. Through the desert storms and the darkness of night, she fought for our freedom. She's the beacon of light. She saved lives, she took risks in a land far and wide, with a heart so pure and courage on her side. For a country unborn to her, she stood the test. Now she's ours in the land of the blessed. Through the fire and fury, through the peril and pain, she carried the torch through the wind and the rain. A soldier true in the face of all fears, for the red, white, and blue, she's battled in tears. Izzy, our warrior princess, a true American soul, fighting for a country she would one day call home. Through the desert storms and the darkness of night, she fought for our freedom. She's the beacon of light.
Hey, I like that.
Yeah, I thought it came out pretty good.
Could do with a copy of that so I could put a video to it.
I do. I have it on my channel. I put them up with the lyrics. I put some pictures of her and some of the guys. Some of the pictures she had that shows her with soldiers and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was going to do, so to speak, but without putting, a picture up, because I wouldn't do something like that without her permission or anyone's permission. If I put together a serious song for people, then I'm certainly not going to risk causing problems for them. There's a question for you from the Madness.
Yeah, I think it's kind of southern rock
or soft rock.
Well, southern rock. It has that little bit of country to it.
But not too much. It was good. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed listening to it. We can probably use that Muckster a few times. All you need to do is to share your screen. Then we can take it from there. But yeah, I mean, I look forward to it, but I need to get on with other stuff. I've got to go over to the new property tomorrow, so I've got another 4-hour drive at least tomorrow. Because I've got an engineer coming around because the internet's not working. Can't have that. I need the internet.
Yes.
otherwise it means we're going to have to use 5G all the time, and I don't think it would be able to cope. But yeah.
I definitely want to wait till you're all settled and stuff so that you can give it the attention it deserves.
Yeah, I've also got to do it around my new work pattern, which includes a lot of Saturdays and the Sunday.
Oh, so, really?
Pain in the backside.
Had to do a little compromising to get it worked out.
Well, that was just for me hours. I haven't actually got anything else worked out yet with them. But Magnus, good night.
Yep, we'll see you back. Thanks for coming in.
That's still up in the air as to whether or not I'm going to remain employed by the company I've been employed with for the last 24 years.
Wow.
Or whether they're going to turn around and say, well, because you've moved, you can't come into the office. However, there is an empty office close to me. I suppose I could always go there 2 days a week with no canteen. Might work out cheaper, actually.
Yeah.
Take the old food in for the day. Isn't life wonderful? And it throws you so many curveballs.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to disappear. I'm going to let you get some sleep if that's what you need. Or
amazingly, I don't feel tired, but.
Oh, right, okay. Well, thought you might do that. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't even. Usually, I'll be thinking I'm going to bed, and there'll be like a video I want to edit or a song I want to put together, and I got nothing tonight, so I'm kind of lost.
Which AI?
Oh, I actually do know something I want to do, but go ahead.
I was going to say, what AI is it that you use?
Suno.
Same as me. I thought I recognised this hypertone from this because there's certain bits of it always sounds the same.
Yeah.
Or similar, I should say. I think it's great when you put in something like rap and it gives you anything but. It's a bit hit and miss.
Yeah, because I've tried. Well, the one time I was doing, I don't know if you've had any contact with Danny. She's our managing mod here. But she is Native American, and I did a song for her, and I asked it to do it Native American, and it didn't seem to know what to do with that. And I did another one where I mentioned gospel, and it just sort of did folk, like it didn't have gospel either.
Yeah,
but
I've managed to get a true gospel song only once when I put it in. And even then it was listening back to it, I'm thinking, is it really gospel? It sounds more like it's a live performance rather than gospel.
Yeah.
With people in the background singing along to this unknown song.
Something else I've noticed, 95% of the time, you know how it always does two versions?
Yes.
Both versions sound pretty much the same to me.
Maybe your hearing needs to be double checked.
It's possible.
But no, you're right. It does. Seriously, there is it can, and that's annoying because it always takes more credits than it needs. And then when you listen back and you notice that there's a line that's wrong, you've got to redo it.
Yeah.
And then
try to change one word, it gives you a whole new song.
Yes. So what I would suggest is instead of putting it straight in, put it onto a Word document or something and look at it and try and alter it and then copy and paste it. Saves on your credits. because even if you paid for it, the 2,500 you get each month, they go pretty quick.
Yeah, it didn't look like the paid version would be worth it for me for all you get for it.
To me, it was a one-off payment. Didn't have to worry about it, rather than a monthly subscription rate. And I got it cheap. So if it's cheap, it'll work for me. Everything costs far too much these days. And it's usually comes out of my pocket one way or another. So the first question I ask when the network guys turn around to me and say, we want this piece of software, or we want this server, I go, how much is it, and why can't we have it for free? Justify it to me, please. And they go, well, all right, go for it, as it's on offer. If it's not on offer, I'm not interested.
I hope you guys accomplish everything you're trying to accomplish there.
Every day that we put something out, we're accomplishing what we aim to do, which is to network with people. Sometimes we annoy people because they don't agree with the idea of networking, and they've got hang-ups about other channels. And then you've got other channels that don't agree in networking, and all they do is try and put you down for what you're trying to do. And you've got the freedom to do that. There's no issues whatsoever. But, if you come with hate, you will be assassinated, is the best way I can put it. Whether that be in the chat or whether that be on the panel. Because words don't hurt. You can say what the hell you like. Words aren't going to hurt us at all. And because we believe and we're dedicated to the idea of bringing people together, I don't see what the problem is. But the tyrants do. And I'm not talking about the police.
I know for my part, and this is just about me. I look in a lot of times, I look who's there, and I go, nah, and I drop a like and leave. Because sometimes it looks a little too TPP for me.
Well, this is it. But the way that people from other areas come on, they're not disruptive. They don't cause problems. They have proper discussions because they can. And there's very little shouting over each other because they will get put backstage. It's as simple as that. And
depending on who's there, I've seen some real TPP-ish stuff going on there with people from TPP. And I mean, Mello calls himself a tyrant, but I don't see him exercising it a whole lot unless somebody goes after him in particular.
I don't mind certain areas of TTP being discussed, so long as it's honest.
Oh no, I'm not talking that. I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Oh right, got you. Well, I can't control that, unfortunately. And sometimes you'll see me there, but I'm quiet because I'm working on something else, and I don't always catch what's going on. Or I just might be sharing or restreaming, I should say, automatically, and I'm not actually around. And then when I listen in, I go, not my cup of tea.
But I am quietly supporting you, if nothing else.
I think you support the individuals rather than.
Well, exactly.
And you see what people are like. I'm just exactly the same on here as I am in real life. And I use logic, the law, and I don't use morals because morals can be misinterpreted. So can the law, actually, funny enough.
I always tell people the same thing. In fact, I just mentioned it tonight in something. I said, The thing with me is I am the same here as anywhere. If you think I'm an asshole now, you're not going to like me in person either. You know, I don't try to pretend to be something that I'm not. I gotta be me anyway.
Well, people have accused me of being discriminative in the past, and I turn around and say, how the hell can I be discriminative? I treat everyone exactly the same and with the same disdain as I do for everyone, regardless. So therefore, I don't discriminate because I hate everybody. 9 times out of 10. There are a few people that I actually like, and there's a few people who I put up with. But I think there's more people that I love talking to because they have a brain, an independent brain.
I'll tell you, like, just briefly, how you said about treating everybody the same. I worked in a library for like 30 years. For most of that time, I was the manager of the place. And that was my thing, like, especially like with kids. I didn't care who they were. Everybody got treated the same. And I think a lot of them didn't realize you'd have these parents like, I was the mean guy at the library and stuff. But I actually had a few occasions where a kid came back like later on, like, after they've gone off to college and stuff like that, and they'd come back and there was one in particular I remember because he was sort of like an outcast kid. But he came and he said, yeah, I just want to thank you for the way you treated me. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, you treated me like everybody else, and a lot of people didn't do that. So it's like, he could see anything if I told him, like, keep it down or whatever. He knew I was treating every other kid in there the same way. So
yeah, you didn't pick on anyone. There's no discrimination. This is the way I'm doing things regardless. People say, as I say, people have accused me of being I discriminate against certain groups, etc. I don't. I believe in. I think this comes from the Bible. I could be wrong. Do unto others as they do unto you, but do it first.
Yeah.
If that is true, that's what I tend to do. I'll have a laugh with anyone. I'll have a serious conversation, and I will respect you until you disrespect me.
Yeah. And I just realized as I was saying that my thing at the library was exactly like my thing here, because I've said to people, you're in my house now. And that's the way I felt at the library. Because, you'd have kids that their parents let them do whatever the hell they wanted and stuff. It's like,
oh God,
yeah,
God, I hate parents.
You're not home.
Yeah, I've got nothing against parents. I mean, I was one myself. Now they've all grown up and disappeared. They've got their own lives to lead. I don't interfere with their lives now. In fact, there's only one son I speak to. But whoever they support, whatever they do, let that, they can do it. I don't care. People will say to me, "Oh, you disagree with parents and the way that they bring up children." I think that children should be brought up so that they understand why things are wrong. And I think some parents need to get a flaming backbone.
Yes.
I don't think they should be tyrannical at all. I think they should be fair, but they should explain why it's wrong. I mean, shouting at a child in a supermarket because they're screaming does not stop the screaming.
Yeah.
They're going to scream even more. Take them out, talk to them outside, explain, and then bring them back in and tell them what the consequences will be if they do it again. All right, you can't do that with a baby, but a 5 to 10 year old, you can quite easily.
I actually saw a guy one time yelling at a baby in the library, and I felt like doing physical damage to him. The baby was crying, and he started going, "Shut up, shut up," you know. And before I went over, the lady I worked with went over, and she was like saying, "The baby cannot understand you," and stuff, you know. But
I'm surprised the parent didn't turn around and say, "What's it got to do with you? It's my child. I can do what the hell I like." No, you can't.
Not in here. You can't. I considered calling child services, you know, but I didn't feel like it really rose to the level where they would, you know, because he didn't like, you know, hit the baby or anything in my presence.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough one to decide whether it's right or wrong. If there's physical abuse that you see, yeah, that should be reported. But I also think that some parents use mental abuse. But how can it's difficult, that one, when it's a baby, because the baby doesn't understand, full stop.
Yeah.
There's got to be a reason for the crying, right? And it's a question of elimination. Does the child just want picking up? Have they got a dirty nappy stroke diaper? You know, do they need changing? You know, are they feeling unwell? There's different. A parent should understand the different cries, because that's the only way a baby can communicate. I mean, they don't know what the issue is. They just know they're uncomfortable or whatever, you know. But there's no point in shouting at a baby. And I disagree with shouting at
Oh yeah.
The as I say, a youngster who's just doesn't know what's going on at all, can't comprehend, you know. As I say, a young child of 5 who's running around in the supermarket or screaming and shouting, they're either playing or they're misbehaving, one or the other. If they're playing, then that's good. However, it still needs to be controllable so they don't get overexcited.
You'd have someone come in the library with a young, you know, kid, small, like 3 or 4 years old, and the parents would like go off to look for their books or whatever they're doing and just ignore the kid, and the kid be out there like running around and trying to like climb the bookshelves. And I'd say something about it, and parents would get all offended. Then how dare you correct my child? You know,
that's my job, not yours.
Yeah, except they're not doing it.
That's the trouble.
Let me tell you, this is a quickie. One of my favorite stories. I was just telling someone else about it here a little bit ago, but several years ago, I was at a Chinese buffet, and I was sitting there, and there was 2 different families. Okay. They both had kids. I think the one had 3, the other had 2, but the kids were around the same age, in that, you know, like 8 to 10 range.
Yeah.
Well, the one group, the one family, the kids were just constantly wandering around and like bothering people and stuff like that. And the other one, I saw the 2 kids, and those kids went up to the buffet by themselves to get like seconds, you know, and they were very polite in that, and they waited their turn and all that, you know. And then I went up to get some more, and it was right at the same time as the father of the good kids. And I hesitated on whether to say anything to him, because you never know sometimes what some people will be offended by, you know what I mean? But then I did say to him, I said, you know, I just wanted to tell you, it's nice to see that some people do teach their kids how to go out in public. And he goes, oh, thank you very much. He said, me and my wife were just talking about that. We wonder if anybody else notices. So he was grateful that I mentioned it to him, you know. But it's such a study in like 2 different parenting, you know.
Oh, this is it. I don't know. You've got parents who are open-minded, and you've got parents that are closed-minded. Same in with everybody you meet, really. But those that are closed-minded, it's usually their own personal upbringing, which dictates how they bring their children up. Rather than, in my opinion, if you have it as being, if you're open to new ideas or open to open parenting, then you look at the mistakes that your parents made and you try not to do them, for starters, but without model coddling the child and wrapping them up in cotton wool. You know, a child needs to understand what's right and what's wrong, and to a certain extent needs to understand morals, which is the reason why I stay away from morals, because my morals aren't the same as yours. They may be similar, but they're not the same.
And it's certainly, I know, a tough balancing act of, you know, you want the kids to be free to experience things, but you also want to teach them, you know, what's right, you know, or just the whole, you know, you'd always have to be deciding just how far everything goes, you know.
And make things fun for children.
And
they learn more. And be prepared to get down and get your hands dirty and your knees dirty, because a child sees the example, you know, and learns from the example. And don't be afraid to do as you say, you know, rather than the saying, do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
When I was brought up, that was the way I was brought up. Do as I say, not as I do. And what my parents did, what they did rather than what they say, that's where I learned about conflict or questioning. And how dare I question an order? So I've probably been questioning stuff all through my life. You know?
Me too. I always had a problem with the, well, I won't say I was one of those people that just had a problem with authority. I had a problem with people that just expected you to follow without having a good reason.
Yeah, if I understand the reason, it makes perfect sense. That's great, but let me question it, you know. And my favorite question at the time when I was young, very young and in school, was why? That was the only question I ever asked, you know, why? I was once late back to a classroom and I walked in. I explained to the teacher that I actually got lost on the field because it was thick fog. And I made two mistakes. One, I went onto the field in thick fog. And two, I'm late to class and I can only apologize. I've learned from that. I ain't going to do it again. Too late. They wanted to give me the cane across my hand. This teacher, in front of everybody. And I asked why. Is my apology not enough? And all that did was rile him up even more. So he decided that he was going to cane me, and he said to me, which hand do you write with? And I said, yes. And he said to me, right, well, stick your right hand out. And I thought, you stupid idiot. I was about 14. Anyway, he decided to whack me. The first one stung. The second one, I gripped the cane. He wasn't expecting it. I took it out of his hand and swatted him across the face and said, now you know what it feels like. I ended up being suspended from school for attacking a teacher, yet the teacher attacked me first. And I tried to explain it to my father, God rest his soul, because someone has to. his attitude was, no, you shouldn't have hit him with the cane at all. And I said, but he shouldn't have hit me. He had no right to hit me. And apparently, legally, he did at the time because he allowed corporal punishment in school. I'm so glad it's not allowed now, because you don't learn by being hit.
Well, it's like I can't remember if I was saying to you before, or was it before you came? I said they still were paddling in school when I was a kid. I think I was telling Cliff, and I acted up in school. I never got hit at home, and I behaved at home, you know. So
school is another thing, because when you act up, you become, if you like, the star attraction for the others watching on. You know, oh, it's just so is Joe being Joe. You know, he's always in trouble. Now you're questioning authority. There's a difference.
Yep,
it's just that when you're young, you don't know how to, because you've never been taught how to.
I always would like, well, why should we have to do this, or what? Yeah.
I just don't understand the reasoning of why you're telling me I have to behave in a certain way. Oh, it's etiquette. Well, I don't see you lot doing it. You know, and it's funny. I still see that on social media a lot. That sort of attitude. You know, do as we say, fall in line. You're not allowed to question. And if you do question, we're going to treat you as the enemy.
How many times when you'll see somebody taping, recording the police, tackling some teenager, or, you know, just doing anything out of line, and you'll have those people go, well, if they would have just done as they were told.
Yes.
You know. Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, but the cop had no right to tell those kids they weren't allowed to stand on their own front porch, you know, or whatever it is.
Yes. It's like people who get pulled over for flipping the bird at police, and they get pulled over for it. Well, that's not illegal. It's not a reason to pull somebody over just because your butt hurt. You know, maybe you should question why people are flipping the finger at you.
I've seen a couple times where a cop will do that, and the person will say, you know, they'll question him on it, and then he'll say something like, yeah, but I saw you crossing the yellow line a couple times. And they say, well, yeah, but I have my dash camera on, and it's going to show that I didn't do that. Well, yeah, but you were going too fast. You know, they just want to come up with something that they can.
Oh, yeah. I personally have never been pulled over by a cop, but my dash cam records the speed, the location, everything. The only thing I've turned off is the sound in the vehicle. Because if I'm driving on my own and I've got music on and I'm croaking along to it, there's no point. You know, I don't want to hear myself. Thank you very much. I'm doing that to keep myself awake. You know, especially on these longer trips at the moment. But
tell me if you've ever.
Over, I could just say, I'll produce the dash cam as evidence.
Yeah.
It's fine. Give me the ticket.
Tell me if you've ever done this. You're driving down the road and you're singing, and you run into a heavy rainstorm, and it's making a lot of noise on the roof of your car, and you're having trouble hearing yourself sing, and you lean forward to twist the volume knob on your radio.
No, but I've done something similar and turned it up on the steering wheel. Yeah. Yeah, so you can hear the track over the sound of the noise from I mean, I've got on this car, I've got panoramic sunroof. So when the rain hits it, I don't get that tin sound. I get the sound of it hitting glass. And that can be a lot worse and very, very irritating.
I was always a big fan of the sunroof because if the roof is a little low, I don't feel as claustrophobic because I can see the sky above me.
Yes. Yeah. I must admit, I tend to drive with the glass open because it puts more light in the vehicle. And people who, if I've got people in the car, they can in the back, they can see better. It's rare that actually happens, but I still have to have a car big enough just in case that does happen.
Well,
yeah.
when you have people in the back of your car, I assume they're bound securely. You don't blindfold them also?
Yeah, they are bound securely. And yes, they are blindfolded sometimes, some of them. Usually they're wearing a blue uniform. If they do decide to get in the car, yeah, of course I'll restrain them. I don't, it's public safety. Luckily, we don't have too many police with guns.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's far more of them than me, so gotta be careful sometimes. Anyway, Muckster, I'm going to disappear. I'm going to let you get on with what you need to do. Thanks for letting me up and having a chat. It's always A, I like to reminisce, and B, I like to see the funny side of life.
Always look on the right side
of life. Yep, Monty Python all over.
Yep.
All right, I'll see you later, guys. Thanks very much. Cheers, Muckster.
Thanks for coming.
No problem. If I see you live, I'll always drop in if I'm available.
You
know that.
You're pretty much always welcome.
Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes we're not, folks.
Well, I hate to be, you don't like to be, too definitive on things.
Exactly. Right. See you later, guys.
Anyway, get lost. Thanks.
Respect. Ta-ra.
And if anybody's still listening, it says there's still 11 people around, so I'm going to shut down now. If you are still here, thanks for being here. I think this was a pretty good night. Just trying to think if I forgot anything. Okay. Good night, folks. I'm hitting the wrong button. That won't help.